Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2CTV and the 2024 general election watch party. Right, we have so much to tell you already over the last hour. And of course, we are going to be staying with you guys throughout the whole night until we get the final results around 4 a.m., 5 a.m. If you want to take a nap in between, it's okay. Make sure you have your drinks ready. I've got everything. I've got my supplies ready. I've fed Bun Bun already. I've got my Coke. Got a bottle of water. Got Oreos. And every time we get some good news, I'm going to take a shot of whiskey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello to everybody in the live chat. Let's talk about what we already so far know. The exit poll has come out. We're also going to be having a number of expert guests coming on the channel throughout the evening from different political parties. We're going to have a representative from the Conservative Party, Reform UK, and also the Labour Party, all going to be joining me to get their reaction and see what's going on where they are. But let's talk about the exit poll. Obviously, this is the actual result. It's still 0, but the initial figures in terms of the vote share is that the Labour Party only got 36% of the vote. Of course, we will get the confirmation throughout the night in terms of what seats and everything else. The Conservatives, 25%. Reform UK are now officially the largest party in the country with 17%. The Liberal Democrats only on 9% and the Green Party on 6%. But this is where it gets tricky because of the first past the post system. Even though more people in the country have voted for Reform UK compared to Lib Dems, in fact double the number, this is the actual exit poll that we have. The Labour Party, 410 seats. The Conservatives, 131. The Liberal Democrats, on 9%, are getting 61 seats, potentially. The Reform UK, that are on 17%, are getting 13 seats, which is still absolutely impressive, because a lot of people were already expecting... I was going to be fine with about 3 seats, 2 or 3. But they are now saying potentially around 13. Obviously, Reform UK are beating both the SNP and the Greens when it comes to the number of seats, and of course Reform also beating SNP, Lib Dems and Green when it comes to the share of the voter percentage. Of course, 23 will be other parties and independents. That doesn't really matter anyway, because you can't just be a random independent in Parliament. You will have no power. You need to be in a party. This is where it gets interesting. So the Labour Party almost got a supermajority. So this is not an official supermajority, but it's a huge majority. Despite this, again, this is the problem with first past the post. Keir Starmer's Labour Party in 2024, this year, have done worse than Jeremy Corbyn in 2019 and 2017. Despite this, the Labour's vote share, despite 410 seats, is to be less than Corbyn's share in both 2017 and 2019. Of course, the Tories essentially destroyed. The country is hungry for radical reform, as I said earlier on X. So in terms of the vote share itself, Labour being on 36%, Jeremy Corbyn got around 40% of the country. But he still lost, of course, to Boris Johnson and Theresa May. You can see there's a flaw in the system. You can see that it's time now for some sort of reform. Now, we could easily now start having a conversation about different voting systems, but this is where it gets interesting, because it's not really black and white. Some people think it's just between first past the post and proportional representation, without explaining what version. There's about 720 million versions of proportional representation. And there are some terrible versions that it just helps the left-wing parties to have coalitions all the time. But we know that it's time to say first past the post is no longer working with modern society and modern democracy. The way the voting system works, it no longer actually resonates. When you have the Reform UK being on 17%, quite close to the Tory party, but the Tories getting over 131 seats or whatever, and Reform only getting 13, this is a problem. But again, it's still absolutely impressive that Reform UK could potentially get 13 seats. I was not expecting this. I thought it's going to be 2 or 3 max. But we are where we are. So in a few minutes, in about 15-20 minutes, we're going to have our first guest joining on 2C TV, who will be Charlie Samson. And of course, we're going to find out exactly what he is thinking about this whole saga. What I can confirm on behalf of 2CTV is that the upcoming event tomorrow is the Conservative Party's funeral, ladies and gentlemen, and the Tory Central Office, or CCHQ. This is the end of the road for the liberal, cosmopolitan, middle-class champagne socialists in CCHQ, who've been running the party since 2005 when they took over. The experiment that started with David Cameron is no longer working, has massively failed, and the country needs a radical reform. We'll get some of your reaction as well while we actually wait for more updates. So obviously in the north of England, around Newcastle and Leeds, we're going to have the first result coming quite soon, because those guys have this competition every election to just kind of completely have the first result announced. So we're going to find out quite soon, within the next hour probably, about the first result, probably sooner actually. But then we're going to continue actually updating this page, obviously, as we go on to find out exactly what we are dealing with. Let's just get everything ready on this page. Are people still saying vote reform? How can you vote reform? The election's over. You can't vote reform. Still vote reform. Tomorrow. Good luck, reform. It's 6 a.m. here in Perth. So here for the duration of the stream. Too early to drink with you, Maya. Well, it's okay. I'm still just going to be on cola. Can't say the other word because of copyrights. I just said it earlier. It's fine. Not trademarked. This is not advertised by Coca-Cola. Adrian says they now demand that we take photo ID to the polling station to cast our vote to stop a voter fraud. I can't help thinking that the real fraud will take place during the count-up, or in between, between when you actually voted and when they take the boxes. Most of the fraud that we've had in this country has been around postal votes. So the potential fraud always happens a few days before the election. So when they actually get all the postal votes that have been sent to them over the last few weeks, and that's when some boxes get missing. That's when some of them change. We've had it in Peterborough, we've had it in Tower Hamlets in East London, and many other places. And nobody seems to be wanting to reform that system either, which is really weird. But it's definitely time to talk about reform when it comes to the electoral system, but also the method of voting when it comes to postal votes. We have almost 7,000 people watching the live stream already, which is absolutely impressive, although only 1,700 of you have clicked like. If you're enjoying this, of course, do a thumbs up. It's going to be a long night. First super chat from AFC Man UK saying, is the 2C library open tonight? Stay safe. For those who don't know, this is in relations to the attack, the terrorist attack we had on 2CTV Towers a couple of days ago, when a crazy nutter was trying to enter the flat by force by claiming that this place is a library, and then said a photo shoot, which in a very sexual way. Not really sure what that was about, but the police have taken him away. They couldn't determine motive. Right, so this is the exit poll. I'm just checking the latest updates. Reform UK's deputy leader, David Ball, is now accusing Rishi Sunak of trying to swat us away like angry flies, as in the Reform UK, but they have not been successful. Reform UK have outperformed, of course, in terms of the expectations. There is a 53% likelihood that Jacob Rees-Mogg will be losing his North East Somerset seat, which we already predicted on 2CTV a few days ago as well. This evening is going to be interesting because of a couple of very crucial constituencies. So there are a lot of conversations about two controversial figures. One of them is Jeremy Corbyn, and the other one is George Galloway. Apparently it's too close to call for both of them. Now, for me, a happy night, well, I've already received the first happy result in terms of what's going on here. 70% for reform, but it's actually Rishi Sunak losing his seat George Galloway losing his seat, Jeremy Corbyn losing his seat. That 3 happens. That's a full house. And of course, Reform UK also getting a few seats. That's when I'm going to be starting to taking my whiskey shots. Hopefully, we're not going to get too much good news, because every time we get good news, I'm going to have to drink. It's a little bit, it's going to be dangerous. By the time we get to 4 a.m., 5 a.m., this live stream could turn into a whole different type of live stream, guys. Very much like OnlyFans. Hopefully not. Nobody wants to see that. No. We also have David Ball, another statement from the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, saying that Nigel Farage will be Prime Minister of the UK in 2029. By the way, the next election doesn't necessarily have to be 2029. We no longer have a fixed term parliament. We have removed that. Boris Johnson did in the last election. Was it Boris Johnson or Theresa May? I can't remember. One of them removed. Boris Johnson, yeah. And which means that there could be a snap election any time. A year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Let's go get some of the super chats, and we're going to get more updates as they are coming in. This is so tricky. Multitasking is going to be very hard tonight. And in about 10-15 minutes, we're going to have our first guest as well. All right, okay, let's go. But Gary says, if you hear a knock on your door, it's just me wanting to borrow a cup of sugar. Keep safe, Maya. Creepy, I love it. Thank you. And Bullseye says, have a drink on me, mate. Stop postal votes. Stop using pencils on the ballot box as well. Pain in the Glass says, will Sunak resign in shame? I hope so. Cheesy grin. Yes, he will definitely. He's already, I can assure you, packing his bags, and he's booking the first flight to California as we speak. The Prime Minister will be fleeing the UK following this result. Sheridan says, are we staying up till 5 a.m, Maya? Sniffs the line. We are not using any substances on election night on 2CTV. We have a massive... What? I hope this is not a mistake. Is it a mistake? Raymond has just given us £100 super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Very unnecessary. But I appreciate this because actually, considering what I just said about how this live stream is going to turn out to be overnight, the more I drink this, might turn into OnlyFans. I think this video is going to get demonetized. So any support is nice. All right, let's get serious. Thank you, Raymond, again. Another one says, I put a bet on Reform, 20 to 29 seats, £90 if I don't see 20 to 29 seats, but if you do win that, then the next drink is on you. And Nicholas says, I'm from Gateshead. We are a big Labour area. I have voted Reform, even though my candidate doesn't even have a picture on the website. It's about the party. It's not just about the party, Nicola. It's also about the popular vote. It's about the overall vote in the country, not about the number of seats. This is the whole point of this. This is sending a message to the country. If you just join us now, these are the initial figures in terms of the percentage of the vote, actual people around the country. Labour is only getting 36%. Jeremy Corbyn got about 40%. So Starmer's done worse than Corbyn. Tories on 25%. Reform 17. Lib Dems 9, right? But despite the fact that the Lib Dems are getting 9 and Reform 17, this is the result in terms of number of seats. Lib Dems will be getting 61 seats. Reform will potentially get around 13 seats. You see the problem? And Starmer is getting more seats than Jeremy Corbyn, for example. The system is not working, but that's why it was important for all the people who wanted to support Reform. And back in the day, you would have said, well, I do want to, but in my area, they can't win, so I'm going to vote Tory. This election was simply about, even if you have a Reform candidate in your state that can't win, still vote for them, so that this stats will show a message to the country, to the establishment, that this is the amount of people in the country that actually support this party. Reform UK, if this stays, these numbers, are officially the largest political party in the country, while they will be the fourth largest party in the House of Commons. Now, does that resonate? Clearly it doesn't. Clearly there is a disconnect between the Commons and the commoners. Love that. Another super chat saying there will be some shocks. Watch out for the dreadful Keith Vaz. Oh, I forgot about him. In Leicester. Corbyn, Galloway in Rochdale. And a surprise. Actually, in terms of Burnley, there was a quick update on Burnley. There will definitely be a lot of shock results, which will be quite exciting. Next one, GRW super chat. I'm gonna have to have a lot of liquid. Sounded wrong. Evening all, a brilliant beginning today. Chins up. Whoop whoop. Big win for 2CTV as well. We have 8,233 people already watching live, and this is just the beginning of the night. This is going to be a lovely watch party, guys. Who watches the BBC or Sky News or any of those boring people when you could just have a drink with Maya on 2CTV and actually interact with me? You can't talk to the presenters on TV channels. Super chat from Chris saying, my friend wasn't sure who to vote for earlier, so I suggested Reform and told her shortcomings of Labour and the Tories. She voted Reform, thankfully. So, this is the key point. And I've said this earlier on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, tomorrow is the funeral of the Conservative Party. We actually had Andrew Walker. We're going to do a live stream with Andrew Walker tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to take a nap in the morning, wake up when Keir Starmer makes a speech as Prime Minister. We're going to go to Westminster. We're going to do a live stream from there. And we're going to do a live stream from outside Tory Central Office, CCHQ, to show you guys the mood. But Andrew Walker said earlier, thinking you can save conservatism by voting to keep CCHQ in place is like trying to save a crack addict by giving him more crack. Basically, absolutely spot on. But that's been that. But in terms of a number of issues have been happening, obviously, over the last few hours, and obviously we couldn't fully give you guys the updates because of the election rules and everything else. So we had to wait until now to actually then start talking about politics again. Because actually, big credit. Hang on. Okay, big credit and big shout out to YouTube. They've actually helped us and TCTV tonight to be a featured channel when it comes to the broadcasting the news. And alongside the mainstream media channels where we actually have a good agreement, so I can actually show you guys any video and clips and music without getting a copyright strikes. Yes, thank you YouTube for helping. But now that we have some updates, now we can tell you what's been going on over the last few hours. First, let's talk about some crazy people, including Jeremy Corbyn. Well, we get the first result coming out. Is that the... Yes, we have the first result. Yes, Sunderland South, the Labour Party re-elected. Okay, so this is the first one. We can now confirm. The Labour Party has received one vote, one seat. Let's just get a quick reaction from this before we give you guys the update about Jeremy. So, we have, yes, it's Sunderland South. The Labour Party have successfully managed. That's Bridget Phillipson of the Labour Party. 18,847 votes. I'm going to put this on the screen for you guys to see. Sam Woods-Brass from Reform UK became second. The Conservative Party, third. Ladies and gentlemen, the first result is shocking for the Tory Party. I'm going to give you guys the result on the screen right now. This is crazy. Bridget Phillipson, Labour Party, 18,000. Fair enough. Reform UK, 11,668. Conservative Party, only 5,514. So this is a bit of an embarrassment for the Tory Central Office. But we're going to give you guys more of the results as they are coming in fast. Over the next few hours, it's going to get very quick. So get ready for that. Jeremy Corbyn earlier on said this. Today, Palestine is on the ballot. I can officially confirm, as a citizen of the United Kingdom, that Palestine was not on the ballot. Jeremy Corbyn is drunk and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Now you can go away. All right, so there's a lot of super chats. I'm going to get to you guys, by the way, don't worry. And I'm going to get back to normal chats as well. Let's just quickly get some of the super chats. Ariel says, thank you, super chat from Israel. UK needs a better election system. I live in Israel and you have to show your ID card. And also we have a day off work and get fully paid for by the government. So we could go to the polling station and without stress. That's actually quite nice, isn't it? We do now. This is the first general election, finally, that we have to show ID. which is really fascinating considering most modern countries already have that. Ugly Boy says, £5 just so I can say George Galloway is a... Why did I read that? Is a W. Money well spent. Yeah, now your comment is on the screen. You're famous now. Alex says, what is key is not how many seats that Reform win, but what their vote share is and how many seats they come second to Labour in. Important for the future. Exactly. So the first result, Reform UK second, Labour first. As Alex Marmon says, that's actually also a very key point, which we'll keep an eye on throughout the evening. On holiday in New York at the moment, don't relish the thought of returning to Airstrip 1. Should I ask for asylum here? Well, yeah, I mean, soon you're going to get Trump there. So, yes, if you want to be a political refugee in New York, although probably not New York, go somewhere better. Carmel from Australia, saying Gateway Pundit, often inaccurate, posted a story that Labour won 410 seats and Reform won 13 seats, which we already reported. This is about the exit poll. Have seats already been determined? The other media outlets are very confusing. So, okay, for those, especially if you're watching from abroad, the way the system works is that the exit poll came out an hour ago at 10 p.m. This is the result of the exit poll. Basically, the system that they have is that they stand outside the polling stations and they do a sample of people leaving the polling station. They ask them who you voted for, and they do an average, and this is the result. And this is usually the most accurate-ish poll in the whole of the election, because the rest of them till then it's just opinion polls. But this is the more like, how did you actually vote? It's going to be close to this. It could be 410, it could be 420, it could be 400. Usually it's around that. Usually between about 5 differences or whatever. So that's the exit poll, but now we're just getting the actual result. So we've already had one. Have we got the second one? Okay, I'm just waiting for the second one. Yeah, we only have one so far. The second one is coming soon. Let's go back. Brad says, I hope the United Kingdom doesn't become a United Caliphate. Not this time, because the Green Party is doing badly, guys. The Green Party, which is the Islamic Party right now, they're only getting 2 seats. So Reform UK are Reform are potentially beating both the SNP and the Greens put together. Literally. They're literally beating them put together. So that's kind of funny as well. Jackie says, does Rishi want a quote for a removal van? Imagine, that would be funny as well. Paul says, I still can't help but be a bit deflated in the numbers for Reform. 17% and 13 seats is okay, but I really hope for more. How did you... I mean, you were very optimistic, Paul. Maybe that's just me wanting things to change, like in France and Le Pen. Yeah, but Le Pen has been going on for centuries. And her father, and her crazy niece. But Le Pen herself, she's been pushing it since 2015-16. We are now 2024. It's taken her 9 years to get to this point. Reform UK took only, technically speaking, 6 weeks. But you can say, technically, the last 2-3 years when Richard Tice became leader. It's a new party. It's absolutely impressive getting 70% and 13 seats. Benjamin says, hi. First Super Chat ever. Well, welcome to Super Chat, people. To Super Chat gang. Please, can you explain how you would want proportional representation to work? Keep up the good work. Well, it is a complicated question because, as I said, there are millions of different versions of PR. But the idea of proportional representation is to get more representation from the people. So if, for example, your party gets 17%, where is it? 17% Reform, they shouldn't just get 13 seats compared to the Lib Dems getting 9% and 61. The reason the answer is complicated is because there are different versions and you can't just pick a system where it will just help your party. Most parties are picking a system as an idea that will help their party. That's selfish. You have to pick a system that will actually be representative. And if you want to change, the electoral system, you also have to make other changes. That's what I always say. The way the House of Commons Parliament sits, the number of seats, the boundaries in terms of the sizes, again, you have to make all that, change the whole thing. And then you add to it in terms of the new electoral system. Okay, so I'm just checking with my sources, by the way, every time I check my phone for the latest updates. Where are we? Okay. Super chat. You are a bastion of hope for the country, Maya. I hope one day I can vote for you. God bless you. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll be alive, but the way I'm going to be drinking tonight. Oh, so good. Scotch. Is it Scotch? It is Scotch. Actually, one of you guys gave me this as a present last time we had an event. I think it was for the 400,000 subscribers party. So thank you. Whoever gave it out, I can't remember. Super chat from Bill saying, hi Maya, thanks for putting on this electoral special, much appreciated, have a great night. In the next couple of minutes we're going to have our first guest joining, which is going to be tricky to actually bring it on the screen, but I'll find a way. Don't know what I'm doing. Next super chat, Buses Amanda saying, I voted Reform, let's hope Reform does well, fingers crossed. And a super sticker from Susan, one of our regulars, thank you very much. Right. And John, whilst I admire your taste in whiskey, I would rather watch you celebrate a massive result for Reform. My local MP is a Tory, a real one, but I still voted Reform. Good man. James says, happy 4th of July. Absolutely, I forgot about this. Happy 4th of July. Happy Treason Day, you ungrateful colonials in the United States. I hope you're happy with what you've done. I love America, but clearly your experiment has failed and you must rejoin the British Empire. But yes, happy Freedom Day, all the Yanks out there. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good day for you guys, considering this is your last 4th of July before Trump comes back. Whoop, whoop. BJ, thank you for your super chat, saying, Maya, please slow the chat. I've done it already. Should I do more slower? Well, it's already on 30 seconds. Okay, let's just do 60 seconds. Is that okay? Okay, don't kick off, guys. I'm going to do 60 seconds delay now. Sorry. It's happened now. We got 9,400 people watching. It's crazy, right? Give it time. Thank you for your efforts. I have a very positive feeling about this election. Me too, Melinda. Thank you, John, for your super chat. We're getting close to the end of super chats, so that's good. Sheraton says this is Maya's casino TV. I'm putting all my chocolate coins on light blue. Well, that's scary, isn't it? Hang on. No, we're getting the next result very soon. Okay, I'm going to be on top of it. 3 times Reform votes from my house, plus cancel the TV license today. Sorry, can't stay up for the whole stream. Stay safe and have a drink. If you cancel your TV license, sign up to 2CTV Plus instead. Toddy Terrence says, I want to see all the numbers that comes out of like vote share if Labour has same numbers in 2019 or worse. But yeah, we're going to put all the updates on the screen, don't worry. Last general election was the Tories' modern day Reform. Retro Gamer UK says they've been holding off watching any news on the election till you went live. Thank you, Maya, for Truth TV. Enjoy a drink for your hard work. Thank you so much. I just received a notification for one of the super chats. It's Raymond. Raymond's done it again. Hoping at North Hertfordshire. Okay, Nigel Farage has just arrived at Clacton Count, by the way. North Hertfordshire doesn't end up with the green. They were bombarding us with leaflets. Lord knows how many trees died for their propaganda. Not very green of them. That is such a good point. Ryan says, take my £2. It was meant for Dr. Pepper, so enjoy. I don't like Dr. Pepper, so I'm just going to have normal Coke Zero. Elder says, looking at the Sunderland Reform are doing well in a potential vote share, meaning a call for proportional representation. They are now the second party in Sunderland. They are technically the second party right now in terms of live result coming in. Anthony says, I predict that Reform will get 18 seats. I would not be surprised, Anthony. Another one says, it would be funny if Sunak loses his seat. First Prime Minister in history if that happens. I cannot wait for that. That would be exciting. Another super chat from Israel saying, go Reform. And then we have Chris saying, how long until California? Rishi is in California. Skittle bombs all round. I say less than 10 days, probably. He's going to have to stay for a while. Raymond has done it again, guys. Raymond, who did £100 super chat, has come back with another £100 super chat. What are you doing to me? You make me feel awkward and embarrassed. Thank you so much. Saying, buy a better whiskey. Well, now I just feel bad. I mean, I usually drink Lefroy, so that's my choice. But I'm going to now get a better whiskey thanks to Raymond. I'm a whiskey drinker anyway. Here, the Labour Party disappeared by merging with the far left, and the Brits are going to make them the ruling party. What's wrong with you all? It's a very good question from Israel. What is wrong with the British people? David says, really hope Rishi loses Richmond. I know, it's going to be so good. Heath says, 4th of July is the perfect day for you Brits to begin to win your independence from tyranny. Yeah, we need to learn from you guys in America. Watching from the US, thank you for your coverage. Oh, we have Charlie Samson joining us now. Hang on. Wait, guys. What's going on here? Charlie Samson. Where is the screen? Oh, there he is. Okay, hang on. Hello. Hello. Hang on. My screen is not going well. Hang on. There we go. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, how you doing?
How are you, sir? How's it going? Thank you for joining us on 2CTV Plus. How's your evening? Where are you right now? Where are you based?
I am in Essex. I'm at the count.
Which count?
For Basildon and Billericay.
Okay. Who are the candidates?
Richard Holden.
You're
Alex Harrison.
Yes.
For Labour. Stephen Connolly for Reform. They're the three front runners at the moment. So.
Okay, so for those who don't know, Richard Holden is the chairman of the Tory party, who's I believe he's actually younger than me, and and he has been a little bit problematic and controversial over the last few weeks of this election. He's managed to anger a lot of Conservative candidates and local associations. Charlie, tell us what your thoughts are on the result, exit poll result, and what people are saying about the Tories in Basildon, especially Richard Holden.
I'm impressed by the exit poll. I think that Reform getting double digits is very impressive for them. It's something that they should have hoped for. I think that some people online were very optimistic about Reform's chance of getting 30 plus seats. I think that was a bit overboard for a relatively new party. But at the moment, it's looking good for them in the count here at Basildon and Billericay. I mean, as far as I can tell, looking at the count and the ballot papers that I've looked at, it's really a neck and neck race between Labour and Reform. The Conservatives aren't getting that many votes, so I would say that this could really be a knife edge vote.
So Holden will be losing a seat.
Well, Holden wasn't actually the incumbent here. There was a former MP called John Barron who resigned.
That's true. Yeah, they moved Richard. Yeah.
So Richard Holden was just the candidate. But as far as it's going right now, it looks like Reform may nick it. But there's also a possibility that Labour will come in at the end and also nick it. I mean, it's too close for me to call at the moment.
But it'll be very close, obviously, between Labour and Reform UK. Well, the first result that came out showed that Reform UK are the second party, and the Tories the third party, and of course all this. What is your opinion on all these conversations about the reforming the electoral system now? Now that we have this result, is it time to talk about proportional representation or something else?
Well, I've relegated myself to a Labour government. I think we all have on the right. We've all accepted that Labour are going to win. I think the only way we move forward now is by persuading and lobbying the smaller parties to petition for proportional representation. Otherwise, in 5 years' time, it's going to be the same thing over again. It's going to be back to the Tories, or maybe Keir Starmer will hang on for another 5 years, and we can't afford that. We can't afford that anymore. The Conservatives can't be trusted. We don't want Labour. We need actual reform in this country. Otherwise, democracy is going to fail us.
Yes, absolutely. Have you been speaking to some of the Tories in the area? Are they reluctant Tories at this point? Or are they still passionate Tories who hate reform?
Well, they're old friends of mine, and they're disappointed. Let's put it that way. You can see the looks on their faces, rather deflated, not very optimistic, which I have to admit I'm quite happy to see.
Well, for those, in case they don't know, Charlie, something happened to you a couple of years ago. You were a Tory member, and during the lockdown, when the whole China virus happened, you started speaking out, and then what happened?
Well, I was an area chairman for the Conservatives here, in Basildon, and I went on to the BBC to be interviewed about COVID Plan B, which was Boris's plan to bring in mandatory vaccinations and vaccine passports. So I went on and called Boris a tyrant. I said the
Yeah.
Conservatives were acting out of pocket, and I quit my position live on the BBC. It was a moment. It was a moment. It went national. It created a bit of a buzz, which I was appreciative of, not for my own benefit, but because I wanted the conversation to be had across the country about the
Yeah.
benefits of forced vaccination, of which there are none, by the way. But it was worthwhile to get that coverage so people could at least have that conversation, which the Conservatives didn't want us to have.
Yes. So yeah, obviously you decided to resign as a Conservative based on principles and your own moral standpoints compared, obviously, in opposition to even Boris Johnson's government. I'm guessing you weren't happy with Rishi Sunak's government either, right?
I wasn't sure there was a government under Rishi Sunak.
Who was running the country?
Well, the Labour Party, just in advance.
Sue Gray, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's absolutely insane. So, what can you tell us? What's going on in terms of? Do you know what time Basildon will be announcing?
Rumours are maybe about 1:15. Some people in the count said around that mark. I don't know for sure. I suppose it will just get announced when it gets announced. But from what I've seen, there's going to be some sad faces in there at the end of the evening, which is something we can all look forward to.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Charlie Samson. Obviously, when you get the results, send me a text message. And now I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Cheers, mate.
No doubt. Thanks for having me on. Cheers.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can now update the screen for you guys because Labour is now on 2 seats. So, the Labour Party have won another seat, which we'll keep you guys posted on this. What's going on? That's Blyth and Ashington. What's been the results? So, wow, fascinating. Could have been worse. Labour Party, Ian Lavery has won. Reform UK again, the second party. Wow, this election so far has been crazy for Reform UK. Not only in terms of the share of vote, but in terms of the 2 seats that have been announced. Whoa, what did I do? There we go. This might not be the best way, but you might not be able to see it. We'll change it next time. Labour, Ian Lavery, 20,030 seats. Reform UK, 10,857. Conservatives, only 6,121. Greens, 1,960. And the Liberal Democrats, 1,433. So, of the first 2 results that have now been announced in... obviously, the north of England, we have obviously 2 Labour victories, but Reform UK being second in both. So the Blyth and Ashington and Sunderland South, both of them, Reform UK, have defeated the Conservative Party. Right. While we wait for the third result to come out, let's get some of the reaction from you guys again. Where were we? Oh, yes. Watching from the US, thank you for your coverage. Ali says, thank you. And how do you guard against cheating? My first super chat from America. Oh, yes, don't blame the US. Yeah, you really can't. I mean, we have the Electoral Commission in this country that they're supposed to be doing all that, but it doesn't always do a good job. Turnout in Orpington was enormous. Reformers? Yeah, Orpington could be, well, the Tory reform. This is the south of London, Kent, between basically on the border of Kent and Greater London. Paul Claude says, super chats seem to be censored and I can't send a goodbye message to Cons and Labour. We can see your message. I give Labour 9 months this before they all fall apart. I wouldn't be surprised. Super chat from Tony. Thank you, Tony. And Fax Cats as well saying, have you got enough scotch for all the good reform news? So I've got the first shot. I don't think I should take it yet, even though the 2 seats Reform UK did well. But we have this much. I think I should be all right. I haven't started yet. I'm not just going to be drinking this. I've got this. Actually, I'm going to start drinking water to be a good boy. Because some of you guys are going to be worried about my health. Oh, that was good. Another one. Celebrate by buying a cheap drone cheap drone. Okay, we'll do that. Shiba Dog. Oh, that's a super sticker. Thank you very much from Israel. And Nicola saying Rishi losing his seats will be hilarious. Come on, Reform. Let's get those seats and make Labour answer some questions. We have almost 10,000 people watching 2CTV live as we speak right now. Very impressive. Thank you so much. But 5,000 of you have clicked like. How dare you? Hi, Mr. Librarian. I am Polish. Couldn't vote for Reform UK, unfortunately. Glad with the results for Nigel Farage and his gang. Tommy Robinson for Prime Minister. Go on, Poland. And Tony says, I'm going on the 27th. I am 100% no that if my employers see me on the TV, I will be struck off and sacked for gross misconduct. I work for the NHS. Oh, I was wondering where you work until you said the NHS. That's why they're going to kick you out. Right, next super chat. There's so much happening right now. I'm multitasking like I've never done before. Ian says we need to celebrate Penny Morton's fabulous talks. Why? Can we have a poll to ask the public if Penny Morton's? No, we do not talk about people's bodies. That's weird. Another super chat saying, just pray that Sunak will lose. Lefroy is great. Absolutely the best Scotch. Well, one of the best. For a mainstream Scotch. Alex says Reform could win more than 13 seats based on the first result. True. Mainstream media are now saying that the exit poll may have underestimated Reform's performance, and that is coming from the mainstream, so that says a lot, isn't it? I would have voted Reform, but no one standing in my constituency. I know a few more who would have too. Yep. Can Charlie let us know of an update? Unfortunately, he's left now. Grand Randall for Reform. We can find out soon, obviously. I'm getting a lot of messages from contacts, part of Reform and Tories and the others. Again, multitasking is not easy here. Another super chat saying, I remember the 2020 US elections. I was totally let down. Trump lost, and the rest is history. Total hell. I don't mind but with people who don't want to destroy its host countries. Oh, you mean the other people? Yeah, I agree. Any way of getting Keir out before the next election? That's easily possible. There might be a coup against him if he messes up. We knew Labour were going to win, but only because the Conservatives are so bad, not because Labour are good. Reform being second show people want change. Exactly. Nicola, as I said, spot on, because this goes back to what we said. That's the best result. The voting share, when it comes to Labour, 410 seats, better than Corbyn in 2017-19, but in terms of voting share, 36%. Corbyn got 40%. So the country doesn't love Starmer. Like, they love Corbyn more than Starmer. That says a lot, right? No surge in Labour support, but a collapse in the Tory vote. Exactly. Hand-sitting Tory voters. Labour's victory is built out on match 6. Absolutely spot on. The country does not love the Labour Party. Any chance of a rolling total of votes per party as we go? Yes, actually, that's a good idea. We're planning to do that in terms of the... I think we could easily give you the percentage. I'm just double check. Can we give you guys the actual... We can give you a percentage. Okay, fine. I'll do it. You got to give me a few minutes. I'll sort it out on the screen. And just quickly read the rest of you guys. When do you think Clacton will be announced? I think probably, I don't know, about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We'll find out soon. I don't know. I'm not predicting it. Minor parties must form joint opposition and demand PR. But again, so the problem is that different smaller parties want different PR for different reasons. So the Greens and Lib Dems want it because they want to do coalitions for themselves. Mrs. Galloway says, you are lovely, Maya. I want a divorce. Whoa. That escalated quickly. I'm going to need more water. I will smoke a cigar if Nigel gets his seat. I just ran out of cigars. That's a shame. For general election, people should just vote for party, not person. They definitely shouldn't vote for leader, because we do not elect prime ministers. If everybody votes for the party, everything will be fine. But that's not really how it works. All right, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to double check. You have to bear with me because I'm all over the place. There's so much happening right now. I got so many screens on. Don't know what's going on. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to create this new graph, the graphic, or at least the stats in terms of share of the vote. You ready for this? Right, hang on. Where are we? Okay, now we're gonna make something sexy. What am I doing here? Oh yeah. Stay with me. There we go. I'm gonna put this up. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What am I doing? This is the most chaotic thing I've done. Actually, I'm not gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it somewhere else. I'm gonna put it here. This is the level of professionalism you're not going to get on mainstream media, right? This is brilliant. This is why they have an army of producers in the background, right? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put the share of the vote as we go on. The Labour Party, 48%. Okay. This is so bad. There we go. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to make it smaller. This is so professional, isn't it? What am I doing? There we go. Size matters. Once we do this, then we can actually get the rest of the news. Don't worry. 28% reform. This doesn't help, is it? It's like I'm doing homework in front of you guys. Where's reform? There we go. That's reform. 28%. Tory 14.5. There we go. I'm not even looking at the live chats because I can tell you guys are making fun of me. That's okay. Bullying is good. Next one is the Liberal Democrats, 4.6%. Where are we? 4 point. See, this was a good idea, actually. Whoever suggested this, it's a mess, by the way, but we're gonna make it tidy. Don't worry. This is definitely a good idea to actually have the share properly. Greens. Who cares about the Greens? Oh. There we go. That's also 4.6. That's easy. And the SMP. Should we bother with the SMP? Fine. That is not correct. All right, we're done now. The SMP are on 0%. Woohoo! This is messy, isn't it? It's fine. We'll make it work. I'll make it better in a second. All right. Let's go back to you guys. Are you making fun of me? Jamie says D for your homework. It was last minute. Leave me alone. Right, so we have 2 seats so far for the Labour Party, and we are imminently expecting the third one coming in as well. Russell says if Rishi goes out, then there will be a new leader. There will definitely be a new leader, even if Rishi Sunak wins his seat. Paul says 10,000 people watching 2CTV, beating GB News with only 7,500, and LBC on 5,400 on YouTube. Congrats. Winning. And this is 2CTV with last minute editing right on the screen. What chaotic night. This is just the beginning. Danny says, hey Maya, I think Reform will do better than we all thought. Just look at Sunderland, second with 11,000 votes, and that is a Labour stronghold. Not just that, but even Blythe what? Why do I forget the name? Ashington. Reform also came second, massively, about 10,000 votes. Louis says, thank you for all your hard work and terrible homework, I guess. VJ says, Maya, don't ever change how you present your show. We love you just as you are. Basically, the king of chaos. Happy to take 10% commission for the suggestion. Oh yeah, it was Andrew. Andrew suggested, it's your fault now, Andrew, the mess I made on the screen, which I'll go back in a second. Chris says, B+ for the effort. Why am I getting bullied by my own viewers? Should we try and make this better, this screen? Also, what do I do with this? Okay, I know what to do. Stay with me. I'm going to get rid of this stupid border. Why is there a border here? How do I get rid of it? What's going on? Okay, I can't. Just, we'll make it small. It's fine, you can see it. Okay, make it small. There we go. Slowly. Smaller. There we go. Get in there, get in there, get in there, guys. This is literally the most chaotic election night live stream in the history of all elections, by the way. For a channel that currently has about 10,000 people watching. Just get used to it. That's how we're going to do it. All right? Stop complaining. Labour's, of course, Ian Lavery, who's won his seat, says the Reform UK does not concern the Labour Party. Well, Ian Lavery is delusional, but okay. We now go to the next super chat. Disabled Reform Patriot here. Reform. No such thing as a Tory safe seat. Exactly. But I was surprised that Miriam Cates wasn't moved somewhere. Another CCHQ mess. Yeah, they don't like Miriam Cates because she's slightly more conservative. George says, my TC, love the channel, keep it up. There's a question mark after keep it up. Makes it sound different. In future, would you think about a show of what the UK future PR election system could be like? Yeah, absolutely. I could do something like that after today. And maybe old MEP seats as the UK Senate based on a PR. Abolish the House of Lords or make advisory. No, turn it into what it used to be. Make it less political, House of Lords. Depoliticize the House of Lords. They should just be there to just do proofreading and making sure the legislation coming from the House of Commons is legal. That's their job. Not to debate politics. Hedgehog says, take a swig straight from the whiskey bottle when we hear that Nigel has taken Clacton-on-Sea. Wow. That would be a bad idea. I voted for Alan Bastard. If you have not seen The New Statesman, which is from the 1990s, 80s? 90s, it was from the 90s. Definitely watch it. Alan Bastard was the main character, and he was basically a Tory MP. He was a sleazy Tory MP. It's one of the best shows ever. George says, don't let perfect be the enemy of good night. What's going on with Joe Biden? Why are we getting updates about Joe Biden? I don't care about Joe Biden right now. The question mark was an accident. Thank you. There's this Scotsman is looking forward to the SNP getting smashed, but dreading Smargeddon. Oh God, Smargeddon. Starmageddon, not Starmageddon. Super chat from Aunt's Autos. Is that advertising? Probably. And Adam, thank you so much. Adam and Mike. We want borders, Maya. Oh, is it about the text? That sounded so... Obviously we want borders, but this is about these. I wanted to get rid of the borders, the blue border. I don't know what's going on. So this is the actual result, live result in terms of the percentage of the seats. We're expecting the third seat to be announced there imminently. And while I was talking about what was happening before, let me show you what we were dealing with in Bethnal Green, East London, a few hours ago before the polls closed. You're not allowed to harass or basically attack or insult or shout at other people outside a polling station. Technically, you're not allowed to do it in general. But outside of polling stations, you're not also allowed to campaign right outside. But there were a group of Islamists. There was a mother with her kids. She has about 72 kids. And there's a Labour candidate, Rushanara Ali. Could never say her name. And the proper Islamists were standing against her. And this is what the mother was doing. The mother was getting her kids, that's 72 kids, to use a megaphone to shout shame.
Come here and show your face. What do you need to say? Shame on you. What do you need to say? Shame on you. What do you need to say? Please, shame on you, Rushanara Ali.
बुलडोगर लखन लगे देखती है बुलडोगर लखन लगे देखती है
I don't know if they're all hers, but I'm going to guess they are. That was Bethnal Green in East London. JC says your Microsoft Paint skills are improving. Oh, I miss those days, Microsoft Paint. Nicholas says the Northeast will vote Labour. They were for working class. People don't get they're not like that anymore. It's all illegal immigrants and woke ideology. Yep. And AFC Manuka says, I voted for Harold Saxon. Harold Saxon. Oh, we have the next guest coming on the channel. Okay. So we now have Jack Ross on behalf of the Conservatives. Hang on one second. Jack, let me just bring you up on the screen for everybody so they could also see you. Whoa, what's going on? Hang on. There we go. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. How are you?
Good. Can you hear and see us good? Yeah?
I can, yeah. How's my connection? Is that okay?
Not bad. Jack Ross, welcome to 2C TV. What is going on? Where are you? Where are you based right now?
So I'm in East Hampshire at the moment, where I've been doing some telling today. It's where I live, as such, just outside of Portsmouth. And yeah, it's positive. Damien Hines is the candidate. So he was the Minister of State for Prisons and then the Minister of State for Schools. And he was the one who brought in the prison reform where they banned biological men from going into female prisons. He's quite well liked and respected in the constituency.
It's a bit too late to use the campaign propaganda points right now. Too late to promote the Tories. The election's over. But no. So just before you got in, we had Charlie Samson, who used to be Tory. Well, obviously, he resigned during the lockdown days, and he's now been supporting reform and all this. So obviously, you are still a Conservative, and I'm guessing you still believe that there is a way for after Rishi Sunak goes for the party to get together to fight back. What do you think?
I think we've got to get tougher on immigration. I think that's the thing which has led us down this election, because I know the number was it 600,000 net. It's actually 1.2 million a year, and that's a big problem. And I think it stems from the Labour years, and they just didn't get round to closing the gaps in the system. I think they tried to start doing something towards the end, but it was too little, too late. And really, I think every election until it's sorted, the main theme is going to be immigration, because Labour's not won because people like their policies. Labour's won because Reform sucked the Conservative vote out of former safe Conservative seats as such.
Are you surprised about the exit poll in terms of the Reform UK's performance, or are you be like, well, that makes sense?
I think it makes sense. They did better than I thought they were going to do, but it would be interesting to see if they can continue the sort of charisma and sort of iconography of Nigel Farage into the next election, or whether they're going to have to change tact or not. I think one of the harsh realizations Reform supporters are going to have is when they realise that even with 13 MPs, you can't actually do anything. Look at the DUP, look at the SNP, who had 60 odd MPs. They kind of sat there doing nothing the whole time for 5 years. And that's going to be one of the big blows to Reform's morale, I think.
Well, I mean, it is true, but it could be a stepping stone. So, for example, the Liberal Democrats, people could have said a few years ago, oh, you only got 12 seats, the last, 2015, I think, or you only got 5 seats or whatever you got. But, that you could work on it. But at the same time, there's another thing when it comes to reform, whether we agree with it or not. They can now push for the conversation for the electoral reform, because they could say 70% of the country voted for us, but only 13 seats. Is it not time to at least have a conversation about first past the post being outdated? I know a lot of Conservatives are scared of the basic version of proportional representation, because they would see the left-wing smaller parties will always be creating coalitions to be in power. But can we, at this point, at any level, defend first past the post?
Yes, I'd say I lean more democratically towards PR. I think it can work. I think the majority of people in this country are right-wing, or at least right of centre. The problem is a lot of them don't vote. And that's the issue, whereas the left is very good at getting its voters out. So it's a double-edged sword with PR, because yes, we could see a lot more right-wing politicians get elected, but at the same time, you are going to see a hell of a lot more loony left, maybe Islamo-fascist politicians being elected.
Yeah. What's the mood among the Conservatives right now where you are, with Damien Hines and everybody else? Are they I don't know, devastated, or they kind of were they expecting it, or because there are some constituencies that we're hearing that some Tories are still burying their heads in the sand, not really accepting that they didn't perform well in government. So which category of the Tories are you dealing with down there?
Yeah, I'd say people are obviously a bit upset with the result, but we have done better than what the polls predicted. The Conservative vote did come out today, and everyone was worried we were going to get like 40, 50 seats. So actually to get over 100 is a positive, even though we've lost the government as such. So I'd say everyone's, obviously upset at the result, but probably a bit relieved that we can actually form the official opposition and it's not a complete wipeout.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. So, are you still going to remain a Conservative, or are you going to defect to Reform?
For me, my mission is to push the party to the right. I think we're a naturally centre-right, if not right-wing party, and I think we need to return to those values. Otherwise, we're going to face electoral oblivion. We need to stop thinking, let's win over the Lib Dem voters, let's win over the Labour voters, because they're never going to vote Conservative. We need to go back to our base and win the trust of our core voters back.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, best of luck with that. Jack Ross, thank you so much for coming, and good luck with the rest of the night at the count. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Maya. Take care.
Well, the Conservatives are still being defensive, of course, about their party being the main centre-right party. I don't think that's the case, obviously, anymore. As I said, tomorrow is the funeral of the Tory Central Office. Let's go to you guys. I think we might have the... Do we have the third one? No, we don't have the third, thank God. I can't update everything all at once. The perfect comment was for the EAT effort. Oh, right, the actual number you get, the grade you gave me, George. Thank you so much. Where are we? Ant Alters again, super chat. John says, I don't know if you are aware, but there are many independent Islamic candidates in Bradford. Yeah, I know. Yeah, quite a lot. Who are campaigning on a platform of Sharia being the only form of true justice. Makes you think, eh? Yeah, it's not really surprising, and this is just the beginning. Obviously, as part of, I'm going to do a plug for our documentary, obviously. Our first original documentary is now out on 2CTV Plus, Britain's Multiculturalism Myth. We actually talk about the demographic change within the next few decades. Definitely by 2050, more than half the people in this country will be Islamic. And before that, you're going to get by 2030-ish, 2040-ish elections, you're going to get a number of MPs in the House of Commons. And all you need is about 20, 30 MPs from the Islamic side, and they could change legislations, of course, by pushing for change of constitution and everything else, which will be quite tricky. And the establishment need to wake up now before it's too late. BJ says, Maya, sip some water. Okay. I actually voted for Reform UK. Fingers crossed, DJ Hurd says. What else do we have? Elaine says, I love watching you tell the truth. You are the best. Praying for those Reform numbers go up. Don't be surprised if somehow Reform get more than 13 seats. Or even if they get 10, that's still a massive win. I was expecting 3, so... Abraham Lincoln, okay, says, Maya, do you think when Nigel becomes Prime Minister, he will remove the Wednesday questions and revamp Parliament to a better system? Well, he can't do it on his own. You have to change the whole constitution, and you're going to have a referendum. But I think it's time, because as I said, you can't just change the voting system. You have to change the structure of the House of Commons, how many seats, the size of the constituencies. You're going to have to make all that different in order to bring out the new voting system. Mark Shepherd says, I saw on the news that M5 blocked at a standstill for at least 2 hours, both directions this evening. Weird, all trying to get home to vote. Or it could just be more migrants coming in. £20 super chat from Chris Carroll. Thank you so much, Chris, for the super chat. And Ant Alters back saying, can you put on the number of people that's voted rather than percent? No, because we don't have that figure. Nobody has that figure. You don't know how hard it is to get that figure. You're going to manually, like even the BBC is not doing that. It's going to be very, very hard. So the best thing we can do, stop complaining. We're going to put this percentages for now. When we get more of the results, we can actually do the actual numbers when we get more of the total votes. Because there's going to be a lot of recounts as well. So you're not going to get the exact number until tomorrow when it gets verified, the whole thing. So we get the actual number of seats down here as it comes. And the percentage of the country as it stands. So right now, Reform UK, 28%. Tories, 14.5%. Labour, 48.3%. The Tories are going to be gaining 5 seats from the SNP in Scotland, according to the latest update. So that's embarrassing for the SNP. Imagine losing to the Tories in Scotland. Chris says it will be great to see Nigel in Parliament again. He's never been in Parliament. Oh, well, he was great in Brussels. Yeah, it was a fake Parliament. It will be a popcorn Prime Minister questions. Oh, yes, it's going to be great. Bandana says, keep up the good work, young man. Enjoy your whiskey. Well, I still haven't taken it because we're still waiting for good news. I mean, we have received so much good news already, though. Nicholas says, Reform UK are the only party who want to protect our country and our citizens. We are not racists. We are realists. Blonde Man 69, thank you for your super chats. And Geeks Media as well, saying, big fan, mate. Third result is out, guys. Another Sunderland result. I knew it. Labour has won. Obviously, another Sunderland. So we're going to make some changes. This is Sunderland Central, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Get ready for this. Sunderland Central, vote share. Interesting. Reform UK, once again, the second party. 3rd seat in a row. Geeks Media, I'm going to come to you in a second. This is fascinating stuff. Where did I put it? There we go. This is Sunderland Central. The Labour Party have received 42.2% of the vote. I'm going to read the numbers as well. That's 16,852 votes for Labour. The Reform UK, 10,779. That's 27% of the vote. The Conservative Party, 5,731, which is 14.3% of the vote. The Liberal Democrats, 3,602, which is 9%. The Greens, 2,993, 7.5%. While this makes some changes in terms of the percentage, Reform UK is now still 28%. The Tory Party, 14% now. We're just going to make it round. It's easier. The Labour Party is now 46. The Labour Party has now come down from 48 to 46. And the Lib Dems are now 6%. Not bad for the Lib Dems. I'm proud of them. Somebody has to be. That's not right. That's the Greens. The Greens are on 5%. Greens on 5%. And the Liberal Democrats are on 6%. The SNP still 0%. So 46, 27. Actually, yeah. That'll do. So that's the latest result. Sunderland Central has now been also announced. Geeks Media says, big fan, mate. Hopefully South Copeland goes Reform. And what else is going to borrow in my little seaside town for migrants? Oh, didn't know that. The Home Office. And we managed to tell the Home Office who's a boss here. Have a drink on me tomorrow. Why not tonight? Chris says, I watched Britain's multiculturalism myth the other night. Well, after spending about 10 minutes trying to get onto 2CTV Plus. At least you found a way. Thank you, Chris. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for the support. Yes, definitely watch our first documentary on 2CTV Plus. The link is in the description. Nicola says, Maya, a shot of, as a sugar water, a shot of, what? Oh, well, I'm not going to, should I start doing it? I'm a Geordie, I know. I know. I'm not doing both. It's a bad idea. Wavy says, I saw you take a shot earlier. Maybe you should have drank a Frage. I finished it. Yeah, one of you guys, I don't know if it was you, Wavy Discs, or whoever it was, they gave me 2 bottles of Frage gin Should I buy you a bottle to celebrate the result? Farage gin, Trump wine. Does Trump has wine? I have wine. Oh, yeah. I finished my Farage gins. George says, didn't Blair say in 1997 that it was a new Labour and everything was going to be great? Current Labour lackeys saying the same thing with Sir U-turn, but they call it the Change, the Labour Party, instead of New Labour. Same thing. Andrew's back again, thank you. How is Ben Habib faring in his strict district? Well, if Reform is getting 13 seats, I believe Ben Habib will be winning. Second place is no good, losers political spin. What? That's not how it works. It's not football. Will Nige have a say in Parliament? Prime Minister's questions with 13 MPs? Yes, he would get one question at least once a week. In terms of Prime Minister's questions, obviously. He could stand up and have a debate and speech every day on different topics if he wants to. All right. What else do we have from this chaotic election night? Loving it, by the way. Angela Leadsom, who once tried to stand as Tory leader in 2016 and was defeated by Theresa May because Angela Leadsom was a weak and feeble person who ran away when the BBC tried to cancel her. She's now said to the BBC that Reform UK nudging the Tories into third place for the second time means perhaps, I'm quoting Angela Leadsom, perhaps we have not been conservative enough. I love how the Tories had to get destroyed to realize they have not been conservative enough. We have a quick breaking news video, latest release from the Nigel of Farage. I'm going to put it on the screen. This is a video that's just been released by Nigel. Let's quickly go to it, see what the...
It's midnight. There are two results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. What does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
Wow, that was Nigel. So I love how he's already speaking more like Trump. It was like, we're going to get many more seats, millions and millions. He's been hanging out with Trump a lot. We have Isabel Oakeshott saying, oh, wow, this is an interesting one. This actually is very important for everybody to know. Reform UK obviously didn't have the resources as the mainstream parties to have enough candidates, activists and resources in all the constituencies. So a number of constituencies were not targeted. They didn't have leaflets or activists going around. We just discovered the first 3 seats that have been announced from Sunderland area. Labour have won 3, but Reform UK in all 3 of them basically come out second. Really well result. We now have confirmation from Isabel Oakeshott, the partner of Richard Tice, saying, important point, Reform UK did not even target these Sunderland seats. So with little effort, they managed to beat the Tories. This is huge, guys. Absolutely huge when it comes to what is going on tonight. This is the result for the last seat, I think it was Sunderland Central. 27% of the vote for Reform UK. Without any activists or resources in those seats. Now imagine what's going to happen in the seats where Reform UK were actually making an effort. Crazy. The crazy stuff is happening right now. We also have this is very obviously out of context. But because we are talking about the wave of nationalism and right-wingism, we have this just coming out from Marine Le Pen saying, when I come to power, I will ban hijab in all of France. Fair enough. Marine Le Pen going full on radical against Islamism. All right. Andy says the Conservatives will never win back the trust of their base now, as now there is a real centre-right party in the mix. Keep up a good work, Maya. You have many more fans than haters. Love your channel. Thank you very, very much. The one from the US. Good luck, Nigel. Reform and Great Britain. Onwards to opposition, then to Prime Minister. Churchill said, if you are going through hell, keep going. The phoenix dies in ashes only for the rebirth. Roar. Actually, it would be better if I drink the whiskey and talk like Winston Churchill. The phoenix will rise from the ashes. That's not how he talked. Another super chat saying, I voted reform for my secondary school mock election. Good start. And George is back. Breaking news. New Conservative leader announced it will be Nick Clegg. He's going to sacrifice his Facebook money for the nation. Imagine. To be fair, the Tories are liberal enough for Nick Clegg these days. Good luck from the Netherlands. If you can compare the seats versus those areas last election, that would be helpful. Okay, there's going to be 650 seats and that's 650 results. You want me to do that with every seat? What do you think I am, Sky News? I'll do it, don't worry. Well, I'll do whatever you want. I told you, this whole live stream is going to turn into OnlyFans. We have another one. Swinford South has now gone Labour from the Conservatives. So we can now confirm Labour has now 4 seats, guys. I'm going to get the result. Whoop, whoop. This is the first Labour gain from the Conservative Party. There we go. Swindon. Why did I say Swinford? Swindon South, obviously. Ooh. So this was a Tory seat. So obviously the Tories were expected to do okay because they got about 50% of the vote last time. This was a proper safe Tory seat. So obviously Tories okay, right? Look at this. Labour got 48.4% in Swindon South. Tories on 26.9%. Reform, third, 13.8%. Liberal Democrats, 4.1%. You can see the flaw in the first past the post system as we continue the night, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be exposing so much chaos in this election with this result. Also, we're going to have to update this now. Look what you've done. 46% for Labour. The Tories are now 17%. There we go. We can change that. 17. Reform is now 24. Greens and Lib Dems both on 5. So that's going to come down. Oh, wow. That's the overall share of the vote. Jeremy Corbyn is set to win Islington North, but by a margin of 1,500 votes. So anything could happen, but he might also lose. We don't know. So we have so far 4 seats that have been announced. Impressive. Drew says the Jordan Peterson Farage interview was hilarious. Jordan Peterson was mind-numbingly weird, but entertaining as usual. It's always, every time Jordan Peterson tries to talk about politics, he gets weird. He's not a political man. Just let him talk about philosophy and culture. Good luck for reform from Florida, US, on our 4th of July. Once again, happy Independence Day, happy Treason Day, you ungrateful colonials in America. I hope you have a good day. Evil Candy Bar says, what powers will Farage have in Parliament to be very, very, very loud? It's just about building a movement in Parliament and to be the real voice of opposition, and also to push the Tories to stop being liberal, basically, and to use his parliamentary powers to build the party, Reform UK, for the next election. More resources, more manpower. Matthew says, I did leaflets for reform in North Dorset. Well done, Matthew. Andrew Letson has now come out to say the Tories have been too woke. Why didn't she say anything before? Ian says, looks like reform will replace the Tories. That's a win in my book. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Ian. And Mike says, talking about no hopes. Anyone know how Eddie Izzard is getting on? He's not winning at anything in life. I voted reform quietly. Do you think others did? Well, clearly, when you see the actual exit poll, they've outperformed the actual opinion polls. George says, wouldn't it be the height of irony if Labour reduces the voting age only to have Reform UK get a massive majority of those votes in the next election? Seems like this idea of bringing down the voting age is backfiring on Labour, because the young people, the opinion polls show they are moving towards Reform UK. It's like the Trump movement. It's fascinating, right? And Le Pen as well, by the way. Mason, mate, thank you so much for your super chat. And George says chart label seat counts isn't it voucher? Oh yeah, ignore that. Hang on. That's wrong. Okay, I know what to do. I'm a genius. Wait for this. I'm gonna hide it, because this graph was supposed to be used for something else, and I messed up. That's what I do. That's not good, is it? Oh, what's happening? Oh, I'm doing it. Oh yeah. That sounded wrong, isn't it? We still need to see. There we go. Almost. Yes, I've done it. All right, that's the voucher sorted, guys. This is how we do things on 2CTV live. Shambles. All right. We got 10,000 people watching me do that. I've never really been interested in politics, but thanks to Nigel Farage, I am. But what do people mean by safe seats in elections? I mean, firstly, there are no safe seats anymore. But usually back in the day, any seat that had a majority of, or margin of 10 to 20,000 votes, that used to be a safe seat. But it doesn't exist anymore. Swindon South? Is that another one? No, we already done Swindon South, yeah. We're waiting for the next result, by the way. Nigel MP. Power will be to shame the Tories. Oh, right. Yes, I agree. Are you concerned that this new far left government will make so many new laws and constitutional changes that it will be impossible to reverse later? Yes or no? So that was the problem with Tony Blair's government. They made a lot of constitutional changes. And the new Labour government with Blair was not far left. It was liberal. And that's sometimes more dangerous because they make constitutional changes. The reason it became impossible or difficult to reverse, now that you look back, it wasn't because those were difficult changes to reverse. It was because the government that replaced Tony Blair and Gordon Brown was also liberal. That was David Cameron. They didn't want to reverse it. You can reverse these changes. You just have to have the will, the political will to do it. Even the voting age, you can bring it back up to 18 or maybe 30. Let's get radical. Clay Wright says, it's scary that people have actually voted Labour. I swear they imported their voters as a ploy to try to stay in power all those years ago. Tony Blair, Peter Mandelson and Alistair Campbell in the 2000s literally sent out search parties abroad to foreign countries to bring in foreigners. And then obviously a lot of people to vote for the Labour Party. They were very proud of that operation. We share the same PowerPoint skills, bravo. I just put a white thing on it. Love that, like a plaster. SJ says, is Labour left-wing or right-wing? Well, left-wing. Very left-wing. They're definitely not right-wing. It's literally called Labour. It's not a right-wing word. Marilyn says, is that from Japan? We got someone from Japan. Hello, Maya. Who are voting for Labour? Still, people never learn from the past. They don't. Or are they all Muslims? No, these are just white middle-class English people, mostly. Or is that hocus pocus? Why Labour? It's because most people just think that it's between red and blue. If they are angry at the team blue, they're going to vote red. And they're being manipulated by the mainstream media. They're thinking that Keir Starmer is going to be a grown-up. Okay, Rishi Sunak is going to be resigning as Prime Minister. It just came out, breaking news. I'm doing it. Guys, I promise you guys, if we start getting good news live on 2CTV, we're going to be taking shots First shot, the Prime Minister is going to be resigning in the morning. Wish me luck. Shouldn't take whiskey shots, it's a bad idea. Okay. It's good though, spells. Alright. Goodbye, Prime Minister. We never wanted you. Next one. First election I've watched in my 64 years. Reform is giving us hope at last. Neighbour and I are watching with a tipple. Well, I'm so glad that the first election you're watching it on 2CTV. UK risks turning into Iran. Second place, we all lose. Well, that's a good point. But we have to go through darkness until we find the light. We have the next result. It's been announced. Labour, 5 seats, guys. Washington. It's a Labour hold. Well, Washington and Gateshead South. Not a surprise. Reform UK have beat the Conservative Party, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, this is brilliant. Ready for this? Oh, yes. It's happening. It's happening. Okay. I'm going to read the numbers. This is Washington and Gateshead South. I am very excited about this one. Woo woo. Labour received 47.8. Fair enough. Reform UK, 29.1%. Conservatives, 12.6%. Greens, 4.6%. Lib Dems, 4.3%. Oopsie for the Conservative Party. So this is another big victory. Washington and Gateshead South. Labour Party has won again. So that's 5 seats for the Labour government. Labour government. Oh, Freud will be proud. Right. In the next few minutes, we're going to have our next guest joining us as well on the channel. Let me just check something. Yes. We have Chris Worrell from the Labour Party joining us in a couple of minutes. Be nice to him, guys. Be nice. He's a lovely guy. Donald says, supporting your cause from the USA. We are in this battle together. We truly are. Mason Mate says, if the Lib Dems get 61 seats or whatever, doesn't that mean that if Reform get 15 seats, they won't be in opposition? So I'm not sure how this works. So, firstly, based on the numbers, the Tories will be the opposition party, the official opposition, His Majesty's official opposition, because they have the largest seats after the Labour Party. But by default, all the other smaller parties are also opposition. But this actually is a good thing, because as I said, the result will be exposing the first past the post's flaws. That Reform UK are technically, where's the list again? Reform UK, there we go, are the third party, 17% of the vote in the country, but fourth when it comes to number of seats. They're actually close to the Conservative Party. Technically, Reform UK could be the second largest party in the country, but not in the House of Commons. And this is a flaw in the first past the post system. And we have to start talking about it. Right. Let's go back. Someone from Australia saying, I voted Reform for Brentwood. Oh, nice. By proxy from here in Australia. And Sparky says that we aren't... Maya, aren't you afraid if Reform UK does well, that they will derail your dream of a borderless world run by a central authority? Is this trolling? I'm very confused. Why would I do that? I'm guessing someone's trolling. Let me just double check if we have the next result. Not yet. So Labour's basically won so far. Okay. I think, yeah, Jack Ross just texted me, the last guest that we had. He said, when I said Islamofascist, your face may... I didn't hear the bit when he said Islamofascist. Don't get me demonetized. Oh, I love that. Anyway, let's quickly go back to the super chats. D says, Maya, you look a little bit lit on the slide. That cushion is fine. Is it? Hang on. Oh, we got... No, it's fine. I thought it was a new seat. I'm multitasking. I can't think, guys. Thank you, by the way. But everything's fine here. Kim says, Maya, do we have any idea of the percentage of the electorate that is voting overall? Low turnout, higher turnout? We don't know because it's based on seats. We're going to find out by 5 a.m. in terms of the overall turnout. It's difficult to know now. Andrew says, use my 10% commission to pay for someone online a PowerPoint training. And that shot glass was half empty. I'm not doing a full shot of whiskey every time we get good news tonight. That will be absolutely insane. I'll do it. Abraham Lincoln is back saying Labour seem to be counting these votes too quickly. Sure, it's not rigged. No, the north of England, they always count it very quickly. That's how Brexit won. Dear God, please, not the cheap, crappy bills. I didn't buy it. Somebody bought this at the last event for me as a gift, so I'm going to have to drink it. I prefer Lefroy, as I've said so many times. Worth start to tally Reform's number 2 placement. That's an interesting one as well. I can't do everything at the same time, though. Watching from Ireland, great news for Reform UK. It appears that there are no EU national flags on YouTube emoji menu. Why wouldn't be? Well, it's not a real country. Only trans and LGBT flags, sinister deletion of national identities by Brussels. Well, they should be, because we can do England emojis and all that. I'm sure you can do Ireland. Chris says, do you think Boris is celebrating tonight? I think he's getting drunk, yep. I read the Partygate photo in the patio was taken from Rishi's Chancellor's office. Yeah, so the first photo that came out about Partygate was a photo of the Prime Minister, Carrie Johnson, and the advisors and Dominic Cummings in the garden of Downing Street. That was the first photo. And then we discovered it was taken from the window of Rishi Sunak's office. So from the beginning, Rishi was plotting against Boris. What's going on? Nigel Farage has said George Jones, who basically attacked the LGBT flag, will no longer be part of Reform UK. Yeah. Oh, he's actually... Oh, George Jones is actually at the Reform UK's election party, despite not being part of Reform UK. So, oops. That's not good PR for Reform. Ken, thank you for your super chat. And Adam says, how Labour government deal with the small boats? They're going to make a deal with the French. They're going to speed up the approval rate for the existing case log, the backlog. So we're going to have more asylum seekers coming in, but they're going to come up with a basic agreement to do more housing. So basically more migration. That's basically what's going to happen. They're going to make legal routes easier so that they don't have to come on the boats. They could basically stay in France and apply and come here legally. Just yanking your chin. Kindest regards from your American neocolonial masters. Whoa. Ironically on the 4th of July. Hi, Maya. All I am getting from this is that the Tories should have pulled all the candidates to make way for reform. That would have been genius. I know that isn't how it works, but I can dream. Well, technically, it could have. They just didn't. Finish the bottle. It will be the bell's end. Terrible, terrible. I don't mean to overwhelm you. Topic. Yes, so many comments are coming in all at once. Nerdy Drew says, how many candidates did Reform have? I actually don't know. I'm going to guess about 400, 500. So we had about 650 seats. They didn't have enough time to get them all selected. It's still their fault. They had time. Is it okay if I ask for a favor, guys? Can you confirm the live chat? If I can leave you guys for 2 seconds. I will be back shortly. I'm going to also get a quick bottle of water. Hang on. Should I put it on the screen for those who are joining? I'm going to put this here every time I leave. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. I'm back. Don't go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 2CTV. Got a new bottle of water. Everything's sorted. Right. We now have a breaking news update. They are now predicting that Reform UK will be getting more than 6 million votes, which is for the first time ever a smaller party on the right is getting this amount of votes. I believe UKIP managed to get about 4 million votes last time in 2015, which was a massive shock. So this is actually an interesting announcement. But also in terms of Swindon South that we talked about, by the way, I forgot to mention, that was Robert Buckland's seat, who has now gone as a former Conservative minister. Let's quickly go to some of you guys. Oh yeah, we had this already. Neil, thank you so much. Neil Jeffrey and George again. Labour will stop the small boats by making them into big boats. Yes, that way they can say they stopped the small boats and get more Labour voters. And Louise says they need music on so we don't hear anything. Yes, next time. There is a hotel down the streets that was closed for renovations over 2 years ago, but it's full of illegals. Something needs to be done. Yeah, well, the Labour Party will be done. Hunter Biden and Jared Kushner 2024. Oh dear. And Carla says, just have a cig at the desk. What else do we have? Are pencils normal at the polling stations? Yes. I took a pen with me. They'll not be editing my ballot. So there will be representatives from the different parties who will keep an eye on the actual ballot papers as they come in, as they count them. But, it's always best to have a pen anyway, just in case. Some of the normal chats, 6 million votes, not bad. I agree. It's very good. It's more than anybody expected. Just join the chat. Evening all. Great to see so many still on the live chat. Come on, Reform. We have 8,000 people watching us live, which is quite impressive. Bomban is making chaos again. Bomban! Stop it. Let's see what else we have in terms of the updates on the social media. Layla Moran from the Liberal Democrats says she's in disbelief at the Lib Dems' projected seat total of 61. What was she expecting? The Lib Dems to be the party of government? Absolutely embarrassing people. Robert Buckland, who's now lost his seat, says, a Conservative former minister, he is fed up and he has had enough of the conduct of some of his colleagues within the Tory party. Now they're all turning on each other, of course. The Conservative Party is imploding right in front of our eyes as we speak, guys. Greg says the reason for all this chaos and darkness is because we have turned our back on God. Jesus will come back and sort all this out. Seek God before it's too late. George is back saying, was it just me or was GB News anti-reform? Yeah, GB News was primarily pro-Tory, obviously. It's a Tory channel. So it wasn't really pro-reform for obvious reasons. A lot of their funding comes from Tories, obviously, when it comes to GB News. Makes sense, I guess. And Mike says, did you go for a photo shoot? No, I just went to pick up a book from the library. That's all I did. All right, let's see what else we have from this. Yeah, in case you guys missed the video from Nigel, let's quickly go back to that.
It's midnight. There are two results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. What does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
We now have the confirmation of the likelihood of Nigel Farage winning Clacton-on-Sea is at 99%, ladies and gentlemen. 99% for Nigel Farage. Oh, that's something. Barbara says, snap election on Monday. Starmer doesn't do weekends. Yeah, Starmer has already said that he will be switching off at 6 p.m. on a Friday. He's not going to be working at weekends as Prime Minister. If I were President Xi, I would plan an invasion of the UK on a Saturday morning. So embarrassing. Newcastle Central has come out, guys. We have another result that we can confirm. The 6th seat for the Labour Party. There we go. Let's quickly give you guys the figures on Newcastle Central and West, obviously. Reform UK have once again beaten the Conservative Party. Oh dear God. This whole thing is getting hilarious, guys. There we go. Oop. Okay. Labour Party, 45.6%. Reform UK, 18.9%. Tories, 10.2%. Then we got the Independent, 8.8%. Green, 7.8%. And the Liberal Democrats, 4.7%. Reform UK, once again, above the Conservatives. This is a Labour hold. So that's 6 seats for the Labour Party. Let's quickly update this as well while we are at it in terms of percentage of people. Conservatives have now come down to 15%. Labour still 46%. Reform 23%. Who's coming up? 46%, 23%, 15%. 5%. Nothing has changed. The rest is still the same. So 6 seats for the Labour Party so far. Gary, thank you for your super chat. And Kelly as well, saying the reality is that the whole of the Europe, UK, US are not accepting the Islamists attempting theft of our nations, cultures. Globalist governments and elites will be forced to accept this eventually. Jesus, amen. Another one says Americans won independence in 1776 and they've been revolting ever since. Graham says, hi Maya, loving your coverage, no reform candidates. Oh, I mean, in Wales is tricky. In Wales, they've been trying to find more resources, but they unfortunately was last minute for them. I'm really disappointed as so many staunch Labour voters were going to vote for reform, like the north of England. Brexiteers, basically. Keep up the brilliant work. Nicola's back. Mainstream media, Conservatives and Labour are scared of us and reform. Let's go. The revolution. So we actually have now the Labour Party essentially kicking off about Reform UK. They are now saying that Reform UK will be dangerous in Parliament and they will be getting fewer seats than 13. Expectation management, I guess. The Labour Party source has now said that Jeremy Corbyn has in fact won his seat in Islington North, but we will wait for the official confirmation, of course, before we make the announcement. But I would not be surprised. This is a big blow to Keir Starmer's Labour Party. Islington North sending a message that we prefer Jeremy Corbyn's communism to Keir Starmer's socialism, basically. So bad. All right. Lib Dems 11%, yet 60 seats. Reform 23 and 13. Well, technically 17% and 13 seats. Yeah. So obviously this is live, the percentage of the vote, but yeah. This is why we need some sort of reform when it comes to the electoral system now. Things have changed. D. Thomas from America saying, expats, ex-Tory, watching from Idaho. Ah, good luck, reform. Stay awake, Maya. I'm trying. I don't think any of the mainstream media presenters, any of them, could do what I'm doing right now. Present, drink, update the screen, find out the latest update, all on my own. And we have about 10,000 people watching live, more views than the mainstream media. That's how we do it on 2CTV with your support. None of them could do this level of multitasking, and I'm doing real-time Microsoft Paint on the screen as well. All right, we need more caffeine. It's going to be a long night. Do we have any other seat announcements? Brendan Lewis, the former minister, Tory, said, if you are looking for that one moment where the polls changed dramatically and never came back, it's when a group of MPs decided to override the mandate that Boris Johnson was given by the public. Not just our members overwhelmingly, but the British public. I agree. But it was also the fault of Boris anyway. And the biggest person to be blamed for the whole mess is David Cameron. David Cameron is the reason that the Tories are now dead. For a short-term gain in 2010, he transformed the Tory party into a Liberal party, and now this is the result of this party. Kelly says Starmer won't work on weekends as Prime Minister. He is Jewish. He's not Jewish. His wife is Jewish. Stop making Starmer Jewish. Sundown on Friday is Sabbath. Everyone knows right now is this Jewish Expansionist French project in Western Christian societies. We are noticing Starmer's not Jewish. His wife is. Marilyn from Japan. Labour wins means Islamification. Why vote Labour? Yeah, some people are ignorant. China Wanderer says, I am so tired of the West falling for the two-party system. The masquerades as democracy. People need to wake up. They are clearly waking up. Look at France. Look at, of course, in this country with Reform UK. This is just the beginning of the movement. Mr. Privacy says, any news stats about Andrew Bridgen? Not yet. Are you still using your Gmail? You never write, you never call. It's difficult to check everything all at once, unfortunately. We're getting hundreds of emails every 10 minutes. Apologies for that. Susan Walton, thank you so much for a PayPal donation. I just received the notification instead of a super chat. And BJ says, you are a star. If you need a break, go for it. We will wait. I'll probably need it at some point again. Don't worry. Only Modi can save the UK now. Whoa. How bad. The things are so bad. We're going to have Modi. Are we still on 6? We're still on 6. So the problem is with these elections in the UK is that the first few are counted very quickly, and then there's a big gap and quietness, and then they all collapse all at once. All the results will come out. It's going to be hell when it comes to announcing it, but it's okay. We can do it. Multitasking is only for women. How dare you disrespect us? Tonight I will self-identify as a woman in order to multitask. Don't worry. Aaron says that if we had just revoked the 72 EEC Act back in 2016, I think it goes beyond that. The whole status quo of Blairism, Blairite government was the problem, not just the relationship with the globalists in the EU. Website guy says that there is no caffeine in Coke Zero. No, I thought there was no sugar. What is going on? Are you kidding me? Oh no. This changes everything. Hang on, are you kidding? Where is it? I can't even see anything here. I take your word for it. You might need to get something a little stronger to stay awake tonight. Hopefully you mean something legal. ADHD pills, maybe. I'm pretty sure your total percentage add up to 94%. It's fine. Because I've discounted the independents. We don't care about that. Gary said turnout 54.4% so far. That's actually a low turnout for general election. I was expecting 60. Nigel Farage claims that the revolt against establishment is underway. Let's just double check. Twitter. The SNP Westminster leader, Stephen Flynn, has less than 16% of a chance of retaining his seat in Aberdeen South. That is also a massive embarrassment for the Scottish Nationalist Party. The fact that the SNP could be losing a number of seats to the Tories in Scotland, that is also funny, but it's also sad for the SNP. Owen Jones is kicking off about Keir Starmer. Obviously, Owen Jones is a friend of Jeremy Corbyn, saying 36% would be 4% higher than Labour got under Corbyn in the 2019 the election. It will be 4 points lower than Corbyn got in 2017. Exactly. Owen Jones is right for once. What else do we have from the world of social media? No new announcement in terms of the seats, which is bad. Let's go back to you guys, get your reaction. Tusi, I've been here in the chat with a few others since like 11 a.m. I'm just wondering, if Reform gets 10 seats, are you going to have 10 shots? Unfortunately, yes. Oh no. Why did I take the first one? That was a bad idea. Charlotte, thank you so much, Charlotte Murphy, for your super chat. Joseph says, the Lib Dems and the Greens and Labour all work for the government, and the government work for the WEF. No police in this country. KGB, trust me, I know. According to Joseph. And D says, it is in Persian. My Persian's not good. Saying, I love your style of presenting. Thank you very much. See, I can read sometimes. Hello from Massachusetts. Will Farage win his seat? 99% likelihood, according to the media. That's a yes. Stay strong, Maya. Stay strong, TCTV. I think the best advice is stay awake. Stay awake, Maya. It's already getting to me. Sitting here all these hours. Lib Dems are claiming that Tunbridge Wells has fallen. That's another beauty. We'll wait for the official result. It is quite interesting. The Tories are splitting the Reform vote. That's very, very bad. The Tories are very naughty. Back in the day, it was the smaller right-wing parties like UKIP and the Brexit Party that were splitting the Tory vote. Remember that? Now it's going the other way around. It's the Conservatives that are splitting the vote. So when you look at this election, this seat, Labour got 16,000, right? Almost 17,000. Chris Aignan from Reform got 10,700, almost 11. Conservatives got about 5,700. That means if the Conservative candidate had stood down, Reform would have won. Selfish Tories splitting the Reform vote. Rather up. Thank you for your super chat. I think we're hearing some results coming in. I think we're going to get like 4 or 5 results coming in all at once. We're not sure how many minutes we have to wait. Also, I just realized our guest didn't turn up. We were supposed to have Chris Worrell from the Labour Party joining us live. I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. Emily Hudson, some of you know, friend of the channel, and a conservative activist, has posted on social media this. Why is it so big? There we go. This election could be a huge landmark for electoral reform. Exit poll suggesting as a Reform have won a higher percentage of votes than the Lib Dems, despite being on course to win 48 fewer seats, not less seats. Labour received a higher percentage of the popular vote share under Jeremy Corbyn, yet have won a super majority. Emily Hudson is correct. The whole system is a mess. We now have Rachel Reeves from the Labour Party saying that she is under no illusions about the scale of the challenge she will inherit as Chancellor. God help us all. Rachel Reeves is going to be Chancellor, guys. This is just hitting me right now. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Dave says, for every one shot that you have, Maya, I will have 2, mate, just to give you my support. You understand? I have a feeling within the next hour or so, everyone's going to be drunk watching this live stream. Do MPs that lose their seats get any big payout? No. Only government ministers do. Police Scotland investigating allegations of fraud. Already? It's not even finished yet. Oh, what is going on in Scotland? So MPs will get a good pension, obviously, once they leave Parliament. And they're going to get good gravy train jobs as well. What is going on with the... I've got my screen up there as well just to check on the rest of the news. Okay, we're fine. Where are the results? I'm still fascinated by this story about the police in Scotland already investigating fraud. We'll double check on that later. By the way, this technically doesn't count as a supermajority. It's just a huge majority. On a technical level, it's important to mention that. We'll quickly go to Andrew Neil as well to see what this guy's talking about, because apparently, for those of you who know Andrew Neil, a traditional Tory who was a big BBC presenter. He then joined GB News, and then he kicked off and left because GB News was too right-wing. This is what Andrew Neil is saying about the election.
So it's about on a par with Mr. Blair in 97. It's worse for the Tories than 97 because they've lost more seats. They're down to about 130, 131 on this exit poll. That is not quite a rump, but it's pretty close to a rump. Whereas Reform, I think one of the surprises of the night, Reform, if they do get 13 seats, as the exit poll indicates, that in parliamentary terms doesn't make them that significant, but it's a lot more than they thought they would get. And it does position them quite strongly to play a seminal role in a realignment of the right, which is now, I think, about to come about in Britain. It positions them well to play their part in that. And there's no question in my mind that is why Nigel Farage ran in this election, is because he sees himself as the seminal influence on that on the right. But the story above all this evening is obviously Labour's victory. What I haven't yet got is a share of the vote. Now, and I think that'll be significant. Tony Blair won this similar majority in 97 with just over 43% of the vote. My understanding is that perhaps Mr. Starmer hasn't got quite that amount, and it actually, ironically, might not be that much bigger than what Jeremy Corbyn got in 2017. And it plays to what I've said several times, thank you to you, Matt, on Times Radio too. I think Labour's lead is as wide as the ocean, but it is kind of as shallow as a village pond. You know, I had Clive Myrie on the BBC tonight, and immediately said, well, this is a majority for 2 terms. You know, I made that mistake in 2019. You know, we live in a lot more, when I was doing the BBC One coverage, we live in much more febrile times. On paper, it's certainly a majority for 2 terms, but who knows? Who thought Boris Johnson didn't have 2 terms as well? The other big...
Well, thank you, Andrew Neil. And I love how he still watches the BBC, of course. Right. Will Rees-Mogg win his seat? It's unlikely that Jacob Rees-Mogg will keep his seat. We'll find out later. I have to disagree with standing down. If the Tories stood down, voters wouldn't necessarily vote Reform. Tribalism is a hell of a thing. Tory voters, most of them would have voted Reform if there was only one option, but I do take the point as well. It's a good point. Glad that the SNP are going to be spanked in Scotland. We have 3 parties of globalist puppets to get around. True. Paul. GB News briefly said that the election fraud in Glasgow on the ticker took it down now. Article on Glasgow Times though, and why is Lacey not helping you out? Because I'm a control freak and I'm in charge of everything here. I gave her a night off. I'm not going to torture people to work with me. till 5 a.m. on a Friday. Julie says watching in bed with the cats and popcorn. Sending happy vibes. Speaking of popcorn, I need to start having snacks. Oh, this is loud. I don't care. I'm gonna start eating. This is treason. I accidentally got half the Oreo. Where's the other half? You can't have half the Oreo. It's too tight. No, don't. Don't even think about it. You have to have it together. Those who don't have it together, they also need to be deported. All right. I need to mute when I bite, chew. Mr. Privacy. Rachel Reeves is still talking nonsense. That's fine. Leave her. Farage in the House of Commons. Trump in the White House and the political right dominating the EU. Do you think that will restrain the Starmerization? Not really. Do you think Britain will come to reform if we can get... well, it's possible. But I don't know. Andrew Britain's gone completely independent and rogue, let's just say. I don't think he can be a team player inside reform. But you never know. Todd Tanner says, imagine Labour winning, but voter turnout is like 60% or worse below, which could be. It's about 54 so far. And Labour still loses votes. I'd laugh my head off. That would be funny, actually. Yeah. Wasn't Rachel Reeves Professor Severus Snape in Harry Potter? Oh, now I can't not see that image. Oh, Ian. Rachel Reeves is so boring. Would you be popping onto Lotus Eaters? Why would I go on a rival channel? I love Carl, but no, I've got my own channel to run. We've got almost 9,000 people watching live on 2CTV. Why would I leave to go on a different channel? That's a terrible idea. We have the next win for the Labour Party, guys. 7 seats. Woo! You have to laugh, otherwise it's too depressing. Of course, it's Gateshead. This is Gateshead, Central and Wickham. And, surprise, surprise, I'm going to have to take a shot now. Reform UK have also, once again, beaten the Conservatives. It's not really a surprise anymore. It's so embarrassing. I'm going to read the numbers of the votes as well. I'm going to put the percentage on the screen. Where are we? There we go. Wow. Absolutely wow. Labour, 45.4%, Reform, 21.4%, Lib Dems, 12.4%, Conservatives have been beaten by the Liberal Democrats, 11.5%, Greens, 8%. So, number of actual votes. The Labour Party has, it's Mark Ferguson, by the way, has kept his seat, 18,245, Reform UK, 8,601, Lib Dems 4,987, Conservatives 4,628, Greens 3,217. There were a couple of other small ones, that Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition that got 369 votes, and another one called Save Us Now, whatever that is, received 170 votes. Another disastrous result for the Conservative Party. And a big victory for Reform UK coming second. It's easy to win if your competition is removed, but it's not a victory if the vote share goes elsewhere. Good point. Just double check the socials, see what we have. Oh God. People are writing essays on X for some reason. Stop writing essays. Okay, so the Liberal Democrats are declaring victories in a number of seats. GB News is confirming this is Christopher Hope. Also, we have an update that Jeremy Corbyn has just arrived at the count in Islington North. Let's go to Christopher Hope. He says, the Liberal Democrats are declaring victory in these Conservative areas. This is their 12 seats. Obviously, we got a lot of them obviously southwest, like North Cornwall, Guildford. Obviously, you got Wimbledon in London, Woking as well, which is just outside of London. Wokingham as well, Hazel Grove, South Cambridgeshire. Not really surprised. All these areas basically are liberal Tory areas, so that's why it's always been between Lib Dems and the Conservatives. And with David Cameron and Boris being liberal Tories, they managed to beat the Lib Dems and keep them blue for a while, but now they're going back to the Liberal Democrats. So that's that one. What else do we have from the updates? We have to keep an eye on the numbers as well. So 7 seats for the Labour Party. Someone is celebrating somewhere on the screen. I can't see. Right. Let's see what else we have. Oh, okay. Now they're saying Rishi Sunak might be winning his seat in Richmond, but it's also unlikely. You never know. It will be very close, but it doesn't matter if Rishi Sunak wins or loses, because he's going to resign as Prime Minister tomorrow, and he's going to be leaving the country for California. So goodbye, Rishi Wishy Washy Sunak. They are now saying turnout could be closer to 60%, but we'll find out towards the end of the night. What decides the scale of the first past the post system? Those who run the elections count order? A system? What? The scale of the first past the post system. Those who run the elections count order. So, okay, so to explain this is basically first past the post simply means whoever gets most of the votes in each seat, even if that means they only got 40% of the votes, and the rivals got 38, 37, 20, that person wins. They don't have to get more than 50%. That's basically what it means in terms of counting it. First past the post, basically. Hopefully that answers that question. Wickham and Gateshead Central is my area. No surprise that Labour won, but glad that the Reform came second. We are starting to wake up. Absolutely. And this is Reform as a new party with no resources. And now they're going to be in Parliament. They're going to have more time and opportunities to rise up and become even more professional. Lotus Eaters 2CTV equals People's Front for Judeo and Judean People's Front. All should be 2C imperial media conglomerates. What the public need to see. Amazing. It almost sounded like a poem. Love that. Okay. Should I drink more? Yeah. Let's get some of the live chat people, because I think we completed the super chats. What's going on with the normal live chat people? Oh my god, so many comments. What are you guys doing? Thanks for nothing, Tories, Monty says. Someone from America saying, no, we don't want him here. Yes. We should get confirmation what our votes are. Oh, wow. We got someone saying Tommy Robinson is a national socialist. He's not a socialist. Sharia will rule the UK, according to this person. That sounds like a promise. Kevin says Sharia is coming. Sharia law is... It's not... You can't say Sharia law because Sharia means law in Islamic Arabic. Sharia law means law. So Sharia is coming because you voted Labour. Khan will replace Starmer. That's also likely. You never know. Someone says, I effing hate Starmer. Ben and Chunk, not happy. Voters under 30 don't know what it's like under Labour yet. Let's not forget, a whole generation have not been under Labour government. Now they think it's all going to be shiny and nice. But I don't think that's going to be an easy ride for these younger people who won't be able to buy a house. And not that it was good under the Tories. John says, reform, make Britain great again. Jay says, the movement has started regardless of the vote. The country is ready to unite this land and make it Great Britain once again. We are, I think, imminently expecting the next result, by the way. Nadine Dorries and Kwasi Kwarteng have been booked to 3 a.m. This is Mike Holden on either, I don't know, it's either BBC News or Sky News, and they both left at the last minute. They just walked out. Nadine Dorries and Kwasi Kwarteng. Oh no, the Tories. Oh, the Tories. This person is still saying Islam will rule the UK. What is the obsession with your religion and ruling over countries? What sort of religion is so obsessed with ruling over countries? Maybe it's because it's an ideology. Tamsin says, I hear Diane Abbott is counting the votes. In that case, Labour is going to get 660 seats. David says, are you up all night, Maya? I will try my best. To keep going. It's 1:12 a.m. UK time. I'm fine for now. I might need a quick break again in a second, by the way. It's a long night. Channel Wanderer says, this Labour landslide will be more disastrous than Blair's. Yep, I agree. But Blair's government was more stable and competent, by the way, compared to this. Sad but true. In 4 years' time, folks will wish that they went reform or independence. Well, you can't really go independent for a general election. You need a party to form a government. Local councils need independence, yeah. I live in a speaker's constituency, so didn't have the option of voting Reform, Conservative or Lib Dem. He therefore essentially had a free pass. I know, I hate that tradition. It's so annoying. Just because someone's a Speaker of the House doesn't mean they should, just automatically get elected. Smoky Eye Guy says, you are doing a great job, Tusi. Thank you so much for this. Speaking of which, what's the result? Am I still on top of things? Yvette Cooper. Yvette Cooper has defeated Reform UK. Maybe defeated. Police Scotland have actually, in fact, arrived in Glasgow because of fraud. So we have the first allegations of electoral fraud, ballot fraud from Glasgow. We're just going to quickly go to the correspondence from actually GB to see what he had to say about this. It's all kicking off everywhere. So embarrassing, guys. Chris Worrell is just now texting me, the guest that we were supposed to have. Don't know what happened to him. Let me just see what GB is saying, and then we're going to bring Chris. What is going on in Scotland? Right, ready, guys? Let's go to the correspondence from GB News.
Hello, good morning. Well, certainly around an hour and a bit ago, police arrived here at the Emirates Arena in the centre of Glasgow, and they removed 3 votes from the count. They were then bagged by officers and taken away. Now, the police reaction was in response to concerns about personation, which is a person going into a voting centre and making votes for somebody for who they are not, someone who is different from the name that is on the ballot paper, and certainly they arrived here. Now, while this is highly unusual to actually happen on a count, we are told that it is not too much of a concern in terms of the numbers, so we know that there's 3. This isn't a case of a whole box being spoiled of ballots.
Firstly, I have a feeling a lot of people watching from abroad would not understand what he was saying. So the issue is going to be investigated by the police in Scotland. We're going to get more information and actually report it to you guys ourselves when we know more. I love these political correspondents. I could say so much. All right. Chris Worrell from the Labour Party is going to be joining us live now on 2CTV. Be nice, guys. He's Labour, but he's a nice person. He's a good guy. He's also not a socialist. He's more like a liberal Labourite. Yeah. We're going to bring him on to see what he has to say about this night. He must be happy. Right. Where's Chris? We're just waiting for him. Give me a sec. While we wait, there's another super chat. 60s DJ says 10 SMP seats. They would all fit in a motorhome. Yes. Go on the caravan. Okay. Chris Roll is now joining. What's it doing? Where's the next seat? Okay, we still got 7 seats, so no new results have come out, so don't worry, we're not missing anything. The SNP are now saying that the party, the SNP, are now monumentally effed. This is the end of the SNP as we know it. Hang on 1 second. I think he's just joining us now. Come on, Chris. Ah, there we go. Chris, what's going on? There we go. Oh, hello. Chris Burrell. Thank you for joining. How are you?
How you doing? Yeah, good. Sorry, I'm just in a black cab.
Are you in a car? What are you doing?
I'm in the back of a black cab. Sorry about that. The watch party is a watch party.
So wait, where are you tonight? Where are you tonight? What's going on?
I was at Labourist, and then I went to the London New Liberal watch party. So we just.
So you're one of the few. You're one of the few who haven't even bothered to go into an account. You're just going to watch party.
Yeah, I mean maybe for the locals and Tower Hamlets I'll do a account, but no, I've been knocking on doors today and enjoying the results coming in.
Are you happy about Starmer's victory?
Yeah, I mean it's been decisive. I think it's been recognition of the change that he's done for the party, and ultimately the direction of travel has been very positive. It's been a hard fought few years since the Corbyn years, and I think that's been recognised in at least the polling today. So
there's obviously, Starmer's managed to get rid of people like Jeremy Corbyn and a few other outspoken commies and Islamists, but would you not accept that there's still a lot of other problematic people still inside the Labour Party, right?
I would say, look, we've changed the party. We've moved on from the Corbyn years demonstrably, and that has been recognised. I think, with the majority that we're looking at obtaining, the people that are left, form for their phrase, are becoming increasingly irrelevant. And we have the Green Party has been the dustbin of Labour, has been the dustbin of the Tories and other fringe groups. The Workers' Party with Galloway. I've enjoyed watching him lose terribly, which he spent a lot of time in Tower Hamlets with Ajmal Mansour, who has had a bit of a he's a serial loser, but has had a bit of a problematic history playing the vice positive.
You say that, but what about people like Absalom Bacon?
So look, she's a Labour MP. She was triggered, and probably the less we said about that, the better. But she's she's probably on course to be an MP, and as a chair of that party, I'll serve. If she turns up to meetings, I'll gladly welcome her into the party and deal with it as we should, amicably.
Absolutely crazy. I still cannot believe she's still in the party, but it is what it is. Let's see what Starmer does from tomorrow. Thank you very much, Chris, for joining us last
Cheers,
minute. Get back to your party. I don't know. All right, that was Chris Burrell from the Labour Party. He was clearly on his way from one election watch party Labour list to another election watch party at, what was that? Liberal, something liberal, weird. Oh dear. Anyway, they are all excited for Starmer now. Also on 2CTV, we are objective. We're getting everybody from Tories. We got Reform UK. We got the Labour Party. The Lib Dems don't count because they're not a real party anyway, so ignore them. And we do not invite Islamists from the Green Party. We have a quick update. The Labour Party has won the 8th seat. Whoop! 8 seats so far. Cramlington, yes, okay. And surprise, surprise, once again, I need to start taking shots soon because Reform UK have once again defeated the Conservatives. Not really surprised anymore. Which one is it? Oh no, it's all a mess. There we go, found it. This is the number of the percentage of the share of the votes. 49.1% Labour, 20.8% Reform, 18.9% Conservative, 4.7% Greens, and 4.2% Liberal Democrats. And now let's see the numbers. The Labour Party, Emma Foodie, received 22,274. Reform, Gordon Fletcher, received 9,454. That's about just more than half of Labour. Ian Levy of the Tories received 8,592, and the Greens got 2,144, and the Lib Dems 1,898, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is another nail in the Tories' coffin. Whoopsie. Anyway. Kelly says, oh no, what's going on? No Semite influence has a place in northern and western Europe. What? It's simple geography. Their laws, costumes, habits, clothing do not vibe with what the Islamic side do. Well, I don't... Yeah, we don't want the Jewish food, but Islamic burqa is fine. Oh, Ariella, thank you for your super chats. People are losing their mind already. And Sarah Richards as well, thank you very much for the super chat. Oh, we've got the next seat already. 9 victories for the Labour parties. What's going on? South Shields, guys. Oh, and Reform UK have once again defeated the Conservatives. This is shambolic for the Tories, guys. Are you ready for this? So, 9 seats. South Shields is the latest one. That's just been announced. Whoa. Labour, 41.1. And that is 15,122 votes. Reform, 23%. That's 8,469 votes. The Green Party is third with 14.8%. That's 5,433. The Tories on 11.2%. That's 4,128. And then you get the Independents. That's received 2,270 votes. And the Lib Dems, 1,400. Wow. So that's 9 seats for the Labour Party so far. And it's 1:24 a.m. UK time. It's all coming in fast now, slowly, well, very fast. Slowly and fast at the same time. We have a post from Nigel Farage, which we'll put on the screen for you guys. Nigel says, this corrupt political system has just given out peerages aplenty to their own. It all has to end. The House of Lords is an abomination. So this is actually about Rishi Sunak announcing that he's adding more of his friends to the House of Lords as he's leaving last minute as Prime Minister. Oliver Dowden, Julian Smith, Ben Wallace, Alistair Jack, all of them are also getting a knighthood. It's bad. The system is bad. The honour system is embarrassing. Toddy Tarrant says, the irony is that Labour will think that they destroyed the Tories, but the reality is the Reform UK are taking mostly all the Tory votes, and they're also taking a lot of Labour votes as well. as you've seen. The Secret Vault says, sent over from Paul Thorpe channel. Expect a swarm of viewers. Oh, did he just finish? Has Paul Thorpe just finished the live stream already? What's going on? Let me go check his channel. He started the live stream way too early. Oh, it's still going on. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's still going on. Yeah, Paul Thorpe still going on. He's got 1,347 people watching it. That's nice. He's been doing it for like hours now. We have 8,000 people watching and obviously growing, hopefully. Keep watching. Anyway, let's go back to the latest updates. Do we have the 10th seat? Not yet. Damn. Oh no. Carol Vorderman is having a very good night on Channel 4. Oh no. Those of you who know, Carol Vorderman was a Tory until 2010. In 2010, she helped campaign with David Cameron. Then Brexit happened and she lost her mind. And now she's very happy about Starmer. Don't worry, I'm only going to show this for a few seconds.
I think we should get the party started. I mean, everyone's looking very glum round these parts. Come on.
What's in your coffee cup?
Labour landslide. 14 years of corruption and lies and gaslighting.
That's Channel 4, and they're broadcast on election night. The Channel 4 that claims to be impartial and objective. A bunch of left-wing, champagne socialist, liberals, idiotic people getting together. Weird people, weird. At least I don't claim to be impartial. Be honest with people. Kelly's having a meltdown about the original definition of Semites rather than just the Jewish Semites. Both Arabs and Jews influence Middle Eastern. Your mocking tone sounds a bit ignorant or biased on this subject. Of course I'm biased. We don't want Islamism here. Oh dear. Nicholas says, the knighthood is a shame. You used to have to do something amazing for the country. Now it's any popular person. It means nothing. It's not even popular. Just as long as you've been nice to someone in the position of power and you could just get whatever you want. Where is my knighthood? I've been so nice. I haven't. I've literally been receiving more like friendly messages from the Labour Party than the Tories. That says a lot. Literally, I've had Labour staffers and Labour HQ trying to get closer to TCTV while I've been banned by the Tory party. Not that I'm going to do anything with Labour, by the way. They're traitors as well. Results. Still 9 seats. We've had a couple of PayPal donations as well. Thank you so much. I can't really check them, unfortunately, properly. Okay. I'm losing it. Okay, so Yvette Cooper might be losing her seat to Reform UK. Yvette Cooper is the wife of Ed Balls, and she also stood once as Labour leader, but she lost, obviously. She might be losing to Reform UK. It's not confirmed yet, but apparently this is what the mood is on the ground. We have a quick clip of Mr. Clown himself, Edward Davey, arriving at the count. He's finally, it's almost 2 a.m. He's only just arrived at the election count.
Okay. As you were saying earlier,
I sort of expected him to jet skiing or like fall out of the sky or bungee jumping or have like a rocket trail or something. I'm a little bit disappointed in that, to be honest.
I think it's fair to say he's had a good campaign.
Why? Nobody should take him seriously. Nobody. He's not a real person. We also have a video of Nigel obviously arriving at the polling station. Let's see.
Mr. Farage. Hello. Hiya. Just on my way to vote at the... Just on your way, are you? I am, yeah. What I wanted to say to you was I'm a gay man. I've been with my partner for 25 years, and all the crap that I've heard, excuse the French, all the crap that I've heard the last few weeks is rubbish. And I'm 100% voting for you and my partner. They've tried everything. Exactly. They have tried everything. Yep. It's quite interesting. I mean, what I would say about this. Exactly. And we this division. Yeah. They're trying to divide us. For me personally, whatever people think, you're the chap I'm going to trust in, and you've got my vote, and I'm about to go down and do it. Good lad. So good luck, Mr. Fried. I really hope it happens. Nice to meet you. All right. Have a great evening, everyone.
That's lovely, isn't it? Nobody cares what you are as a person. Your personal life is your personal life. We're all individuals, and everybody should be treated based on what they do and what they are, the caliber of their character. But of course, the political left and the liberals want to divide us based on these things. Daniel says, Davos 2023, Schwab, Blair and Starmer sat down. All engineered. Why were the Conservatives so bad? Different puppets in the WFR still in control, according to Daniel. Nicholas says, Carol Vorderman and Channel 4 celebrating Labour being the better version of the Tories is pathetic, sad and clearly biased. Sarah says, Nigel will go for MP as, I think you mean PM, as Sunak is resigning, and Reform will merge with Labour and keep it named as Reform with his crew. Love the show. Reform will merge with Labour? How would that ever happen? Dave says, Samaya Tusi sounds good. When's our next shot, mate? I'm Thursday. Well, I'm still waiting for some good news. Sorry for all the super chats, but I am so annoyed at the state of this country and the state of the Western world in general. Don't blame you. Denny says, it's a super sticker from Denny. Thank you so much, Denny, from Canada. We have the first Liberal Democrats victory. Woo! Hey, Lib Dems got one seat, guys. Lib Dems got one seat. Oh dear. What's happened? Where is it? It's Harrogate, of course. It's a Lib Dem gain from the Conservative Party. Not really a big surprise. Let's see. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, this could change everything slowly. This is actually bigger than I thought. I can assure you, this election is going to be exciting. First things first, let me show you the state of affairs based on what we know, right? This is it. So far, Reform is the second largest party. Obviously, it's not going to stay like this, but it's funny. 21.6%, the Conservatives are 17%. So that aside, let's have a look at Harrogate. Obviously, it's a very liberal area. Liberal, as in Lib Dem and Tory. So both parties obviously liberal. And Harrogate, let's see, where is it? Where is it gone? Okay, let's see how we're doing. How are the Reform UK third in a liberal area? The establishment have no idea what's going on. So, 46.1% for the Liberal Democrats. That's Tom Gordon, 23,976 votes. The Conservatives, Andrew Jones, obviously lost 30.2%. Andrew Jones got 15,738. Then we had the Reform UK on 10.9%. So that's 5,679. And Labour, 4,153 on 8%. Labour's also gone down a little bit. How can Reform UK in a liberal area come third? That's a question for the establishment. I don't think even they were expecting something like this, guys. So 9 for Labour so far. 1 for the illiberal and regressive party, that is the Liberal Democrats. Marilyn, as Mohammed Hijab said, within 10 years, Europe and the UK will be 100% Islamic State. It won't be 10 years, but yeah, it will be about 30 years or so. But yes, people who vote Labour, yeah, what you reap, what you sow, disappointed. Another one, because too much attacks are just between Tory and Labour. So Lib Dems escaped the scrutiny. Even Trigonometry voted for the Lib Dems. Consider that. Are you kidding me? Konstantin Kissing voted for the Liberal Democrats. The Lib Dems are not a real party. You cannot take them seriously. Trigonometry voted for the Liberal Democrats. Kill me now. We don't want Islam or Judea. Let them sort it out over there. We got bigger problems than that topic. Last super chat from me. Paul says, the results seem slow coming in tonight compared to the 2 other elections at this time of the night. I'll be falling asleep to you, just not yet. Thanks for joining. Why is a lot of farm areas Lib Dems? I mean, there's a lot of them, obviously, in terms of the liberal areas, in terms of the policies that the Lib Dems had for the local authorities in certain places. And in certain farming areas, you got a lot of wealthier people, not all of them, not all farmers, but in those areas, a lot of big mansions. And these people become what we call champagne socialists. And these are the areas that are still close to cities. So these are the people who are also what we previously, back in the day, used to call the educated middle classes, the academic middle classes, they're university professors and all that. So they have all the big houses outside near the farming areas, but they work in Oxford or Cambridge universities. So these people are not socialists, so they don't do Labour, but they don't do Conservative either. So Lib Dems are the national party for these people. Someone from Australia. To see who won. Kendrick. It's gonna be a long night, guys. Next change in this country will be scrapping the first past the post and moving to proportional representation in the next 5 years. Reform will then win. It's going to take a while to do that, by the way. It might take about 10 years. Things change very slowly in this country. What a crazy night, guys. What an absolutely crazy night. The Tories completely destroyed. Gillian Keegan, apparently the education secretary, is in trouble. Tory minister. Funny. What's going on Channel 4?
I'll just let...
Oh. It's all kicking off something about... I'm not showing that. We're not going to put Channel 4 news on anymore. Give me a few more minutes again. Where's my bottle again? Okay. Don't go anywhere. And let me just double check the results. It's still 9. Yeah, 9 Labour, 1 Lib Dem. Be right back. Don't leave me. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. What's going on? What have I missed? Oh my god. Everything's happening. I leave for 1 second. Oh my god. We've got 11 seats for Labour. We have 1 seat for the Conservatives. That's a lot to cover right now. Okay, let's do this. Let's see what we're dealing with. Let's start with Labour. And then we go to the Tories. So, Jarrow and Gateshead East. Labour hold, and Reform UK once again defeated the Conservative Party, ladies and gentlemen. Surprise, surprise. Let's go to, there we go. Labour 51.3% and Reform UK almost 27%, and the Conservatives only on, oopsie, 9.1% of the vote. That's Jarrow and Gateshead. Let's go to Stroud. What's going on there? Still waiting for the actual numbers coming from Stroud. Nope, we don't have it yet. That's fine. That's Labour. And we have a Conservative victory. It's a Conservative hold. Riley and Wickford. But Reform UK have done quite well. Tories 37. And Reform UK 25.3%. And Labour 24.6%. So it seems like almost every single result, Reform UK are coming second. Almost all of them, apart from the Lib Dem one, where they came third, I think. It's a big night for Reform, obviously. And there's going to be more coming in. I think all the results are now fast coming in now. So we're going to have to read them very quickly for you guys as they come in. Let's go to get some of your reaction again. Nicholas says, we need Reform to win seats, to have people in Parliament fighting for working class people and the youth who can't get a start in life. Yep. And Mike says, shake it more than 3 times and you're abusing yourself. And Dave says, have not got long left in this world, Maya, according to the NHS quacks. But while I can breathe and drink rum, I will never stop watching your channel, mate. Long live Maya. Thank you so much, Dave. And ignore the NHS. They don't know anything. You're a TV channel? I can't watch. No TV license. You're literally watching it on YouTube. You're watching it. You're live. Connor says, I'm supporting Reform UK because I know the Labour Party couldn't order a piss up in a brewery. I'm also signing up for 2CTV Plus. Don't forget, yes. Make sure to, every single person, go on 2c.tv and sign up to 2CTV Plus if you want, especially if you want to watch our latest documentary and our first original documentary, Britain's Multiculturalism Myth. We're going to be adding every month a new documentary. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a crazy rest of 2024, and of course 2025 is going to be a huge year for 2CTV Plus as well, with your support, of course. Somebody, just one of the pundits, has posted on X that he's getting an impression from the BBC that Reform has won the general election. I don't know. Well, I'm not watching the BBC, so I'm guessing the BBC pundits are all basically talking about how Reform is doing better than the others. It's not a surprise, obviously. They're coming second in all the seats apart from the Lib Dem seats. Oh, Robert Peston. Oh, no. Let's see what Robert Peston is talking about. Another nutter. Robert Peston from ITV is speculating, saying that I am picking up Tory fears that the Tory chairman Richard Holden has been beaten in Basildon and Billericay, and optimism that Steve Baker in Wickham may have actually clung on. So this actually means if Steve Baker wins, he has already announced that he will be standing for party leader after Rishi Sunak. I'm not really sure if that's a good idea. Steve Baker is a very liberal Tory. Although, you know, he's more libertarian, but he's become a little bit woke liberal. I don't know what's going on with him. He used to be sound. But Steve Baker, if he wins, he will be standing for party leader. For those being all grim about the results, don't seem to realize just how massive the reform result is so far. It's way above predictions. Exactly, it's not a grim night. Firstly, we all knew Labour are going to win, and nothing will change because Labour and Tories are the same government. It's just changing management, and not much will change. Obviously, there will be some fundamental constitutional changes, but apart from that, you could reverse that later. This is all about the new British Revolution, Reform UK, and the rise of Reform UK. To be a TV channel, you have to have a regular schedule. Maya's spontaneous, so it doesn't count as a broadcaster for the win. How dare you? I'm a broadcaster. I'm literally broadcasting the news right now. Alex says, Mark Francois is the first Tory to be elected. Oh, we got another Labour one. Oh dear. We have another Labour one. Donington. Oh, of course. Yeah. Oh, the Tories finally managed to beat Reform. That's a first in this election so far. Let's go to Donington. What's this? Is that 12 Labour? Yeah, 12 Labour seats now. And the results are as follows. I'm going to get rid of the percentage because there's no point in having that on anymore. Because it's going to be hard to update it every 2 seconds, guys. Sorry about that. We're just going to have these on. 36.9% Labour, 28.5% Tory, 22% Reform, which again for a new party is impressive. Third party basically. Lib Dems 3.3%, Greens 7%. That's interesting. Cool. So that's that result. So Tories so far 1 seat, Labour 12, Liberal Democrats 1. Nothing for the SNP yet. So I'm guessing the SNP result will be quite late because the police, of course, in Glasgow, at least, are checking for electoral fraud as we speak. It's going to be quite chaotic. And we have we can go now to the deputy leader of Reform UK, David Ball, to see what he is saying about obviously the night that Reform UK are currently having. Let's go to the deputy leader of Reform UK.
I think the Conservatives are destroyed. I think that party will be no more going forward. And I
You've
think
got
you're
10 times your seat. Calm down. It's a good night for you. It's not a brilliant night. Calm yourself, will you? Don't get carried away.
Well, let's just go back. Let's go back. A couple of weeks ago, if you'd said we will get 3 seats, I would have been ecstatic. So to get 13 is extraordinary.
It's still 10 times less than the Tories, potentially.
Well, we're 4 years old. They're hundreds of years old, and you should know better, Ruth.
So is it going to take you hundreds of years to get to the same number?
No, of course it isn't, Kate. Absolutely not. We're going to do it in 5 years.
Okay, oh, right.
130 in 5 years.
Yeah, 2029.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
2029, you'll see Nigel as Prime Minister.
Yeah. Would you like to take a small wager on that?
Yeah.
Okay, how much?
We'll talk privately.
Will he be the leader of the Conservatives or Reform? That's my question.
I've actually given up my job as a fortune teller.
Have you? Yes.
You see how patronising and insulting the mainstream media are? That was at Sky News. And David Ball actually handled it quite well, the deputy, co-deputy leader of Reform. Because they were saying, well, look at the numbers the Tories are getting. Like, yeah, they've been going on for like 200 years or so, compared to a party that's only been going on for like 10 minutes. And they were like, well, do we have to wait another 100 years for Reform UK to be like the Tories? No. And David Ball said, no, we're going to do it in 5 years' time. No, F it. So insulting, so patronising. Charlie Samson, who was on the channel earlier, he's at, obviously he came to us on the channel from Basildon and Billericay, which we just announced that the Tory chairman Richard Holden is losing his seat, he just sent me a text saying there's a full recount is happening now because there's only 20 votes in between the Conservatives and Labour. Obviously, Labour winning. So they're basically counting that. That's an unofficial number, obviously, but we're getting the inside information from them. The Labour Party has won another seat, so that's 13 for the Labour Party, 1 for the Tories. That's Darlington. Darlington has been lost by the Tories to the Labour Party, or as Keir Starmer says, the changed Labour Party. Let's quickly go to Darlington. 39.2% for Labour, 33.8% Tory. That's not really a big victory for Labour, by the way, for Darlington. Reform on 16.2%. Once again, third party. Green at 6.7 and Lib Dems only 4.1. It's so embarrassing for the Lib Dems, but they're still going to get more seats than Reform UK. The system is completely broken, and we need change, obviously. Let's see what else we're dealing with from you guys. Nicholas says, why don't we, as in Reform, have a seat yet? It's insanity. Clearly people are voting Reform, so we should have representation. No, so it's just it's in terms of geography, different parts of the country are counting different times. It's just every election is the same thing. It's usually from the north to the south. The Reform votes, the seats will come in soon, but we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Super chat from Phil, thank you very much. Sunak is singing I'm on my jet plane. Never see you again. Going back to... I'm not singing it properly, by the way. I'm not doing it. He's going to California anyway. I'm gladly put a 100 bet on today that Nigel is Prime Minister in 2029. Look at the impact Reform have had in just 6 weeks. Imagine the impact in 6 years. True. Nicola's right. What else do we have? Yes, now we have confirmation there's a full recount happening in Basildon and Billericay. That's Richard Holden, the Tory chairman's seat. It's not even his seat. He had a different seat. They moved him there last minute. Do we have any other updates from you? The socials. Not yet. Okay. We now again have over 8,000 people watching. That's very impressive. Thank you so much, guys, for choosing 2CTV Plus tonight, for watching this. It's all kicking off apparently in Basildon and Billericay with this count. I think the Tories are protesting, obviously. We have a quick video from Suella Braverman as well. She's just arrived at her election count. Let's quickly go to Mrs. Braverman. See what she has to say. Where is Suella? There we go.
Also, like, you know, the waterside, we've got D-Day, Southwark, we've got beautiful villages, we've got Waterlooville, we've got Fareham. I hope you've been able to enjoy yourself here in Fareham. And you've got the leisure centre, a wonderful leisure centre as well. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much.
So we'll have to wait and see how Suella Braverman does in her seat because she is keeping an eye on the potential leadership job at the top of the Conservative Party once Rishi Sunak resigns in the morning. But I do believe that it's a little bit too late for the Tories. Even if they have someone like Suella, it's not really about just changing the leader. It's the route that's completely toxic right now. The Tory Central Office and those in charge of the actual party machine are the problem. You can't just have a party leader who's right-wing. A Liberal Democrat source is now claiming that the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, has lost her seat to the Liberal Democrats, obviously. We'll get the confirmation in a second. We have another Labour victory, guys. That's 14 seats for Labour. There we go. And that comes from Knowsley. Yep. That's a Labour hold. Oh, this is a painful one. for the Tories. Labour actually has gone down. Ladies and gentlemen, Labour has lost 12.4%, but had still won because Knowsley is a Labour heartland, right? Look at this. So Labour still managed to get 67% of the votes, right? It's massive. But they've actually lost votes because Reform UK have come up. 16.4% for Reform UK. This is insane. 7.7% for Greens, 4.2% for the Tories, 3.4% for the Liberal Democrats. Labour should be gaining votes, not losing, especially in Labour heartlands. It's so bad. So this is clearly a message that if you had a different voting system, the result would have been very different because people in the country hate the Tories, but they also don't love the Labour Party. That is the message of tonight. Paul says, I reckon reform will surprise a lot of people before the end of the night. I don't want to sound like that, but because I know people are going to like clip this later on and say, ha, Maya said this. I don't do predictions or speculations for obvious reasons. But based on how it's going, I would not be surprised if Reform managed to get more than 13 seats. And it's not really a prediction. They might not. They might end up getting 7 seats, right? But all of them are going to be so close anyway, margin of error. But they might end up getting 18 seats, maybe even more. They are doing really well in Labour heartlands and Tory places as well. George says, if I were David Bull, I would have come back with a wager that will that this next Parliament last 5 years. Oh, will this next Parliament last 5 years? I'd wager that it will not. Also, speaking of Suella, why so hated? She's not really. She's still supported by a lot of people on the political right. Obviously, a lot of Tories still like her. Actually, a lot of people from Reform UK also respect her. But as I said, you can't just have a right-wing leader like Suella and not change the rest of the Tory party. She will struggle. But Suella is very good. Suella is probably the only one right now in the Tory party that is sound and conservative and outspoken. Some people would say Kemi Badenoch. Kemi Badenoch is not. You know, she's anti-woke, but it doesn't mean she's actually a nationalist. She's not. Kemi is a globalist, but Suella Braverman is at least a patriot and a nationalist. That's why, of all the Tories, I still prefer Suella. I don't think she's hated, really. She's hated by the left, but not by the right-wingers. I've got you in one ear and Lotus Eaters on Rumble in the other, but you are louder. Rah! Should I just scream? Of course, you're a major broadcaster, but a ninja broadcaster that doesn't need Ofcom and TV antennas. That's what I meant. Sorry, I misspoke. No license required, apart from beer license, of course. Yes. Forgiven. The secret vault, thank you. Oh, we got another one, guys. Woohoo! Big victory for the Liberal Democrats. They got 2 seats. Way. So far, Reform and Tories are neck and neck in terms of the overall votes, by the way, in the country. Lib Dems have gained from the Conservative Party. This is, again, a very liberal area. So it's by default usually Lib Dem Tory. So it's not right-wing. This is Eastleigh, by the way. This is Eastleigh. So obviously, Reform UK should not do well in this area. Let's just have a look. Yeah, makes sense. Actually, not too bad. Lib Dems 34.4%, Conservatives 31.1%. So it seems like Lib Dems and Labour are not really completely loved. If they're still struggling just about beating the Tories, that's not really good, is it? Labour 15, Reform 13.3%. For an area that's very liberal, good work, Reform UK. We have another seat. 15 seats for the Labour Party. There we go. That is Leeds West and Pudsey. Way. Okay, let's have a look. Ooh, Tories and Reform neck and neck. And we have Barnsley North as well. So, this is a Labour place. Almost Labour Heartland-ish. Yeah, it's a Labour Heartland. Labour 49.3%, Conservatives on 17.1%, Reform on 16.3%, almost neck and neck with the Tories. And of course you can see the other losers as well. Very impressive performance so far in various areas by Reform UK, both in Liberal areas as well as the others. So Barnsley North has gone Labour, but we don't have the actual figures. We'll wait for that. And Telford is now Labour from the Tories. So we can now update the screen to 17 seats for the Labour Party. Can we get the numbers, please? Apparently not. We're still waiting for the numbers for these two areas. Okay. While we wait for them, let's quickly go to your reactions in the live chat. George says, is Pretty as right as Sweller or left of? No, they're both right wing. The problem with Pretty is that she's too soft. So she's more of a team player. And she's friends with Boris Johnson. So she's not brave enough to be that outspoken. So you can't really trust Pretty, basically. She says a lot of things, but she doesn't get it done. Nicola says, work for the local Labour Council. I feel our working class area is going to get worse. Where's the rest of the comments? Colin says, the Tories did this to themselves. Time to pay the piper, having destroyed the country. They should have implemented Brexit. I'm just looking at Bonbon. He just did a side flop next to me. What a weirdo. Nicola says, the Gateshead FC can't progress. Social workers have lost jobs. Libraries are run by volunteers. And we still have billions to save over 5 years. Wow. Things are not going too well in Gateshead, is it? George says, any news on Galloway and his Workers' Party push? Not yet. He should be winning it, apparently. We'll wait. We still don't have the numbers from Barnsley North and Telford. Oh, we go from Telford. All right. So, this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Ooh. This one's going to hurt, guys. Ooh. Wait for this. Telford. This was a Conservative seat, by the way. This was a Tory seat. Labour's now got 44.7%. Reform UK have defeated the Tories 24.8%. And the Tories are 21.4%. If Tories had stood down, Reform UK could have actually formed a government this time. That's so funny, isn't it? Wow. So that's that one. And then we have Barnsley North. Labour has won. Oh my God. I know I'm saying this every time about his result, but trust me, this whole thing is insane. Barnsley North, look at this. Labour, 50%, right? 50.4%. Reform, 29.3%. And Tories are third, but having only 8.4%. Greens, 4.9%. And Lib Dems, 3.6%. There we go, Barnsley and Telford. Now we can update because the Conservatives have won another seat. Wait, they now have 2 seats. Which one is it, guys? Which one is it? Castle Point. How did we miss that? That was before Eastleigh. Castle Point. Oh. Oh, now you're gonna find out in a second why I just did. Oh. Reform could have won this. So close. Look at this. Conservatives 38.1%, Reform 30.1%, Labour 23.3%, Green 5.2%, and Lib Dems 3.3%. That's Castle Point. Conservative hold. So close. Oof. That could have added to the 13 seats that Reform are expecting to get. George says, thanks, Maya. I'm the amateur Yank, the UK poll follower. Amazing. Thank you, George. What should I do? I'll have this, I guess. We've been going for 3 hours and 5 minutes so far, by the way. I don't know how I'm still standing. Well, sitting, but you know what I mean. Christian Calgary from The Express says, looks like the exit poll could be widely out for Reform. Barnsley North was down as a 99% likely win for Reform, but Dan Jarvis just won it. Yeah, but it was close. But yeah, I get the point, because I mean, Reform UK might end up getting 10 seats instead of like 13. They might even get 8, but they might even get 18, because these are going to be close. So I mean, if you go back to Barnsley North that we just showed you, no, not Barnsley North. Which one was it? Castle Point? No, I'm completely mixing all of them. The Barnsley North, yeah, Barnsley North. If I look at the numbers again, that's not the right one. Yeah, I mean, Reform got 10,700. Dan Jarvis got Labour got 18,000. Oh, we have another one. 18 seats for the Labour Party, guys. That is Blackpool South. Blackpool South. Let's go and have a look at the numbers. Makes sense. Labour got 48.1%. Reform 28.6%. Conservatives only on 15.6%. Wow. And the Greens and the Lib Dems on 3% each. So Reform did quite well in Blackpool, but not enough, obviously. It's a proper Labour place anyway, so it was going to be very, very difficult for them to do anything there. So that's 18 seats for Labour, 2 for the Tories, and 2 for the illiberal, undemocratic Democrats. Yeah, Barnsley North was a 99% chance for a win for Reform. So I don't know what the pollsters were saying, because Dan Jarvis got 8,000 majority over the Reform UK. So something was clearly wrong when it comes to the exit polls. We'll find out more in a second. Grant Shapps is in trouble, apparently. Let's have a look at this. Wow. Grant Shapps. Oh, that's going to be good. Where's my tiny violin? Apparently, let's quickly go to this quick clip we have. The Labour Party are quite optimistic that Grant Shapps is going to have a Portillo moment.
There's an anticipation here that we could have the result within the next hour. Now, Labour sources here are quietly confident that they could be able to take the seat Welland Hatfield from Grant Shapps. He had 5 jobs in the last 5 years. He's held the seat here since 2005. There is a quiet optimism. But looking behind me here in the roller skating arena where the count is taking place, it is actually looking closer. Those piles for Shapps in some wards are bigger than those for Andrew Lewin, the Labour candidate at the moment. But as I say, and based on the exit poll, there is a quiet optimism here among the Labour camp. The Conservatives really are keeping a very low profile.
That's the best venue we've had so far.
So we're also now getting updates. 3 areas, Castleford, Harrogate and Pontefract, are going to Reform UK. But we have to wait for the confirmation, obviously. We now have 19 seats for the Labour Party as well, which is Swindon North. That's also now been announced. Yep, from the Tories. The Tories have lost this. The Tories are going to hate Reform UK here because Reform UK taking a lot of votes and Labour has won. Let's quickly go to the result we have from Swindon North. 40.6% Labour, 31.3% Tories, 17.1% Reform UK. So that's gone from the Tories to the Socialists. Now, let's get some of the reactions again. George says, a vote for Tory is a vote for Labour this election. Absolutely spot on. Julie says stats suggest safe votes for an unpopular Labour Party. Reform UK are now claiming that they have beaten the Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. Are you kidding me? This will be huge, and I'm going to prepare my whiskey shots. Hang on. Imagine Yvette Cooper. I'm not doing full. Just half. This is going to be huge. No! It's all falling apart. Right. Let's wait for the result. This could be the first Reform seat. David says, good night all. Good night, David Frankland. And Mosh Cohen says, grab yourself a beer, mate. I'm rolling a blunt. It's going to be a long effing night praying for you Brits. Thank you, mate. All right, what's going on? Whoa. It's all kicking off. I take a drink for 1 second. Labour's on 19 now, but it's now going to be 22. Boom. You know what we're going to have to do? Can't do seats individually anymore. I'm just going to read them. 2021, 22. So, 2 Labour holds, 1 Labour gain from the Tories, and we're going to expect the result from Yvette Cooper's seat any moment. So, first one, Battersea in London. Labour 48%, Conservatives 23%, Lib Dems 10%, Reform 6%. Obviously, it's London, full of young people, young professional people. Leanne Atherton. Oh, wow. Labour gain from the Tories. Labour on 48%. Reform 26%. Actually, let's put it on this one. It's a good one. Reform once again beat the Tories. Yeah, 48.5. Reform 26.9. Conservatives 15.7. Greens 4. Lib Dems almost 4 as well. And then you've got Halewood. We're still waiting for the result. Well, we got the result. Waiting for the numbers. Oh, it's gone up again. Let's wait. Labour is now on 24. It's going up fast. Stop counting so fast now. What do we have from Labour? So we had obviously Halewood. Oh, we missed a couple. Colchester. We've got a couple of Welsh seats. Colchester. Oh. Labour gain from the Tories. 42% Labour, 23% Tories, 15% Reform UK. And a Vale of Glamorgan. Labour, 38%. Oh, wow. Tories 29%, Reform 15%. We have an update about Penny Mordaunt. Penny Mordaunt, who wants to be Tory leader, is losing her seat in Portsmouth North. Oh, let's get ready. Labour is now on 25 seats. That is Barnsley South. All the Barnsleys are done now. Oof, painful for the Tories. Look at this one. Ouchie, ouch. Barnsley South has gone, obviously, Labour. Labour win. But, oh, wow, hang on. We got something as well from Sadiq Khan in a sec. Look at this. 46.7% Labour, but 33.2% Reform. 9% Tory. The Tories are taking the Reform votes. Reform could have won this one. And then Green and Liberal Democrats down. Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, says... the Labour Party needs to give the confidence to Reform voters to vote for Labour at the next election. That's according to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, delusional man. Yeah, the Conservatives have won their 3rd seat, ladies and gentlemen. That's 3 seats for the Tories, and that is in Broxbourne. Not bad. Not bad. And we're going to put it on the screen. What's going on? Tories 36.8, Labour 30.2, and Reform 20.4%. That's just a Conservative hold. It was a Conservative area anyway. We have another one. Labour is now on 26, so it's all happening quickly now. 27, sorry. It's so fast. It's all happening at the same time. Reading Central and Cannock Chase, both Labour now. Labour hold, Reading Central, we don't have the numbers. And Cannock Chase, Labour gain from the Tories. And the Tories are going to be very angry at the with the Reform UK side because of what I'm about to show you. Look at this. Labour won 36.6, Tories 29, but Reform got 26.9. So Tories are going to be very angry at Reform. They deserve it. Labour 27, but no, it's not correct. It's 29. It's gone up again. There, let's have a look at the two seats that we have. Bridgeon and Norwich South. We don't have the numbers for Bridgeon and Norwich South as well. And we have another Labour one. Labour is now on 30. Whoop. 31. What the hell? Runcorn and Helsby and Redcar is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Reform got 18.9%. Brilliant. And Reform once again defeated the Conservatives in Runcorn and Helsby, 18%. So far, this is the most successful night for Reform UK, and the Labour Party are not doing as well as they should. When you look at the numbers, they're not 32, obviously. Labour Party is not loved. They in a number of seats that they've won, the votes actually gone down, but they still won because the Tories have collapsed, obviously. And Reform UK are doing really well in terms of share of vote. So this is actually so far very promising. When you look at the latest figures on the share of vote, you can see the success of the Reform UK. We also have more seats just been announced, by the way. I'm going to go to it. Look at this, for example. This is the live share of votes so far. Labour 42.5, but they're going to come down. Tories 21.5. But then Reform as a third party, 20.3. Close to the Tories. Lib Dems 7.7. This is the most successful night so far for Reform UK. And of course, when we get to the seats where these are the target seats for Reform, then you're going to see the actual number of seats coming up. Right now, they're just counting the Labour areas. That's usually the case. The first 2-3 hours, it's just the Labour areas are being counted. Every election, you're going to get Labour seats going up, and then Tories will come up, and then Lib Dems will come up, and then the SNP will come up. So obviously the SNP, Greens, those areas are not being counted yet. Well, they are, but very, very slowly. I don't understand these people. Reform has won their first seat. Oh my God, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Ashfield. Oh, it's a landslide. It's a landslide for Reform UK, ladies and gentlemen. Taking the first shot. Where is it? One seat for Reform UK. Ouchie. Reform has won Ashfield. That's obviously Lee Anderson. I'm going to put the result on the screen. Reform UK, 42.8% of the vote in Ashfield. This is so embarrassing. Lee Anderson destroyed the Tories. Labour 29. Ashfield Independent beat the Tories. The Tories only got 8.2%. So Lee Anderson is the first official Reform UK MP. Wow, 42, almost 43% of the vote. We also have, did I tell you about Reading Central? Reading Central is Labour hold. Hartlepool, Labour hold. Oh, the Tories managed to stop Reform. How rude. Let's go to Hartlepool, because I believe Amanda Napper was a Reform UK candidate in Hartlepool. There we go. Labour 46%. Reform 24.5%. Tories stopped Reform. If the Tories hadn't stood, Reform UK would have won Hartlepool, but the Tories split the centre-right vote. Idiots. I have a feeling the result's gonna be, yes, 33 seats for Labour, 3 for Tories, 2 for Lib Dems, 1 for Reform. Yep. It's happening very quickly now. Let's go to you guys. Did I read this one? We need Farage in the UK, Trump in the US, and then the West will be a superpower you don't want to mess with. Imagine how Reform would have done with 6 months if this is how they do in 6 weeks. That's a good point as well. I don't know what Mate is watching, because he's saying it's looking worrying. How is it looking worrying? That the whole night has been successful for Reform UK and terrible for the Tories, obviously, and not good for the Labour Party. When you look at the share of vote, Keith says, great coverage, Maya. Enjoying the results. Great for the future. Absolutely spot on. Andrew says, down in one, you Zulu warrior. Nicholas says, I thought we would have 2 or 3 seats so far at least. No, why would we? Because they're counting the Labour areas first. I'm starting to feel like we haven't done enough for the public vote. No, that's not how it works. They do it by areas. It's the same thing in every election. Labour votes comes up first, then the Tory seats, and then Lib Dems and all. I said that before. 33 seats. Okay. Waiting for the next one. Imminently, the next result is coming in. Oh. They are saying that Yvette Cooper has lost, apparently. We have a video from Ashfield, ladies and gentlemen. The moment Lee Anderson has won his seat. Oh, this is going to be great. Let's go to Lee Anderson, see what happened the moment the result was announced.
We're going to go to Ashfield for Lee Anderson. It's coming in live. Let's have a look.
Wow. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,553. Debbie Solomon, Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
Well, Debbie.
Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independent, putting people before politics, 6,276. The number of ballot papers rejected was 102. The vacant seat is 1. The electorate was 68,929. Ballot papers issued, 39,986. And the turnout was 58.1%. I do hereby declare that Lee Anderson is duly elected.
That was Lee Anderson in Ashfield winning the seat. Massive, massive majority. The Labour Party from 33 are now moving to 36 seats. And these include Putney and also Bootle. So Labour hold in Bootle as well as Putney. These are all Labour areas again. So Putney, South London, South West London, and Tynemouth as well as the Labour hold. Let's wait for the others as well. It's so annoying. So many Labour areas. Nicholas says, but why do they vote Labour areas first? Why do they count Labour areas first? It's based on the local authorities. So there are so many like stupid reasons. Because so local authorities each have their own way of counting, and then certain number of people doing the counting. So they haven't actually changed over the last 20-30 years. So I've stood as a candidate in Lewisham and also Newham, East London. Those two counts always been horrible. And they're Labour areas, by the way, but they take about 6 hours to count. But then the like Newcastle area, Leeds area in the north, they're always very good. And they happen to be Labour, but they're Brexit Labour, they're right-wing Labour, basically. That's where we get a lot of the Labour places first. It's also the difference between the urban areas and rural areas in terms of city and not city. It's so many different factors. Some local authorities are better funded and managed in terms of their finances. Adam says hello from Hartlepool. We almost won. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Adam Knight, it's your fault. Labour are now on 37. There we go. Labour, obviously Tories and Lib Dems on 2. Yeah, everything else is still the same. What else do we have? What? Okay. Middlesbrough. Yes, of course, that's a Labour hold. That's normal. Reform has done well. Not too bad. Keir Starmer has arrived, apparently. Let's go to... Where is this? Middlesbrough, yeah. Where is it? There we go. 47.2 Labour, 20.5 Reform, 17.9 Tory. It's not a good night for the Tories, and it's a very good night for Reform UK. As I said over the last few days, this election is not about even the number of seats for Reform UK. This is about the popular vote. This is about the overall total popular vote around the country. If Reform continues like this, they could get about 6 million votes, probably even more. Tories are now... No, Labour, they're the same anyway. Labour are now on 38. That's Swansea West in Wales. Ooh, Reform did well. Not the Tories. There we go. So obviously Labour, Heartland, 41%. Reform, 17.5. Lib Dems, 12.2. And of course Plaid Cymru, 11.5. And the Tories on 9%, 9.9%. Embarrassing again for the Conservatives. Labour are now on 39. And that seat is Erewash. Oh, that was the controversial one. Yes, so 40% for Labour. Is a gain from the Tories, obviously. Tories 26%, Reform 21%. Labour are now 40. There we go. Now we're getting close to the good seats. Rushcliffe has gone Labour from the Tories on 43%. Tories on 30%, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on. We have an exclusive photo of Lee Anderson after winning the seat. Let's go to Lee. Look at him. He's loving life. So the envelope, Member of Parliament, House of Commons. Funny. That was the Member of Parliament for Ashfield, the Reform UK. The Workers' Party official has said that the election has been rigged against George Galloway. So I believe that George Galloway might be losing. I mean, he was supposed to win. That's all I'm saying. We have a statement from the Nigel Farage. What's he saying? Whoa, what's going on? Nigel says, huge congratulations to Lee Anderson. He had the courage to join Reform and has won a great victory. Many others who lack his fortitude will lose their seats tonight, according to Nigel Farage. So the numbers 40 seats for Labour, 3 Tories and 2 Lib Dems and 1 Reform UK. Okay. Yeah, we did get a confirmation that Keir Starmer has arrived at the count, I believe. I don't know what's going on with that. Just give me a second, guys. Can't believe the Workers' Party are having a meltdown. This is George Galloway's party, obviously. Oh, yes. We got Keir Starmer. Where are we? Ready for this? Our next Prime Minister.
seat.
The seats
Holborn,
don't necessarily
and
go the right way.
Pancras, hold that thought, please. You can carry on, sorry. We just wanted to
No,
get
I
the
was
applause.
just saying that while we've had, Ed's been showing us great graphics of how close to the mark the overall picture is, what everybody that's been involved in politics knows is that national...
So that was Keir Starmer arriving at his election count, the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The Conservatives have won another seat, they're on 4, and the Labour Party have won another, they're now on 41. So the seats we're talking about, well, Charlie is the Speaker of the Commons, so that doesn't count. Where's the Tory one? Hang on. There's a Tory seat. We don't know where. That's annoying. We'll find out, but the Tories are on 4, so not sure what's going on here. All right. Ugly Boy says George Galloway is a W. Thanks for that. And the Green Party stood against the Speaker of the House of Commons. It's so disgusting. So we have this tradition where the Speaker of the Commons stands without a challenge. I don't like it, but that's what we do, right? So the Tories don't stand and all this. You know, it's the Speaker of the Commons. The Green Party stood a candidate against him. So stupid. They are so stupid. Yeah, Penny Mordaunt could be losing her seat in Portsmouth North by around 1,000 votes. So she's not going to be a happy bunny tonight. Another seat. The last one for Labour is Sefton Central. How did the Reform do? Again, 3rd. They are doing so much better than the Liberal Democrats, by the way. But the Lib Dems will end up getting more seats, which is the sad reality. Look at this. Labour, 56%. Tories, 17.9%. Reform, 12.2%. And then you got the Lib Dems on 5.5%. So, Reform UK are consistently either the second or third party in all the elections that have been announced, the results. Labour are now on 42%. That's Leighton and Wanstead, by the way. Labour hold. It's just Labour Heartland, doesn't matter. Puritan74 says Tory win in Braintree. What? Oh, is it that one? Why is it not on my list? Is it Braintree? Apparently it is. I'm just going to get confirmation. 1 second, sorry guys. Braintree. It's not on the list. Very confused about this. Well, we know they have won 4 seats now. I'm gonna believe you. Somebody will confirm eventually anyway. We're gonna guess it's Braintree. Braintree is, of course, James Cleverly. The his Home Secretary now. He's Home Secretary. They keep changing jobs. No, is he foreign? I don't even know what he is these days. I really can't remember. I think he's in Home Office. Welsh Dragon says that is good news for Swansea. We were traditionally set in a Labour concrete. Oh, Swansea. So, Labour is now 43. Let's see what seats we're talking about. 44, actually. Just gone up again. Puritan says, sorry, Castle Point. Yeah, we've already announced Castle Point for the Tories. That was the 3rd seat that they won. Castle Point, obviously. Okay, Labour got Rochdale. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happening. Oh no. Oh, it's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming. George Galloway has lost the seat. Labour Party has beaten George Galloway. God bless Britannia. Ouchie. All right. So, this is huge. This is absolutely huge. You ready for this? We're going to get the result on. George Galloway has lost. Okay, let's put it on the screen. Labour got 32.9%. The Workers' Party, George Galloway, got 29%. So close. The Reform got 17.1%. And Conservatives got 10.8%. Liberal Democrats, 7.1%. Yes, go Labour. For once in my life. George Galloway has been kicked out of the House of Commons after only a few months of being a grifter on the taxpayer. Rochdale has fallen, guys. Labour is now 45. There we go. I don't mind. I don't care. It's for a good cause. We are winning. I'm so happy right now. I hope we get a video from Rochdale. Oh my God. George Galloway has refused to stand on the podium after losing the election. George Galloway has stormed out of the election count because he's a loser. That's funny. That's very funny. George Galloway. I'm so happy right now. If only Jeremy Corbyn had lost as well. That would have been great. The Workers' Party of Gaza. George Galloway's Workers' Party of Gaza. What were you expecting, you idiot? Paul says, look out for Liz Truss's seat. Yes, she might be in trouble. Chris says, one seat for reform among all the Labour areas put together, though is still good result for reform. Absolutely, in terms of the actual number of votes. Ugly Boy says, because George Galloway is a W. True that. Jackie Glasgow says, I wonder if 4 years is long enough for us to end up under Sharia and this world rubbish. Nah, it will take about 20, 30 years, probably more. 20, 30 years. Mosh Cohen says, oh, F yes, baby. F you, George Galloway. Sirs, you're right for being an anti-Semite. Such a good night, isn't it? What's going on with Labour? Tipton has fallen. Labour gained from the Conservatives. Reform and the Tories neck and neck. So Labour got 37%, 36.9%. Tories got 26%. Reform got 25%. So close. It's all right. It's all right. It's all good. Labour on 46%. Alex said, George Galloway loses. This is for Israel. And Britain, because he kept trying to make the whole thing about Gaza in the middle of Britain. Neil Kinnock, the former Labour leader, describes George Galloway as repulsive. Well, that's true. What else did he say? He also said repulsive and couldn't find a good reason to chuck him out of the party. Just kick him out when Neil Kinnock was leader. Oh my God, this is funny. You're gonna see the funniest thing. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the Stalin meme, where one photo there was someone next to him. Next photo he got photoshopped out because he got wiped out. This is a Stalin meme with George Galloway. On the left, he's standing next to Stalin. On the right, he's gone. Goodbye, George Galloway. Good riddance. I can't believe he stormed out. Andy Burnham claims he is glad to see the back of George Galloway. I think that all parties at this point are happy about this news. Mosh Cohen says it's not even him being anti-Semitic, it's people like him who will be the downfall of the great empire once known as Great Britain. Sad to see. Exactly. It's not really just about his hatred against the Jews, it's also just anti-Western sentiment that he's got. You know, he's a commie. Alright, so I think we are awaiting a couple of big results coming up. Labour has gained from the SNP, that's fine. We have about 5 minutes to hear some big news, by the way. There's a recount at Greg Hand's seat of Chelsea and Fulham. Greg Hand's in trouble, the Tory minister. I would require you guys to be loving and supporting and patient, because I'm going to have to do this again. Be right back. Don't leave me. I'll be back. All right. So, what's going on? Okay, so we have, oh my God, it's all kicking off. Labour goes from 46 to 51. 52. What am I doing? Tories got 6. I'm going to give you guys all the updates in a second. The Lib Dems got 1 more. They're on 3 now. Oh, well done, Lib Dems. What's going on? Emily Thornberry has held her seat in Islington South and Finsbury, of course. Let's see what we're dealing with. Cambridge North East is now Conservative hold. Huntingdon, also Conservative hold. Kingston and Surbiton, that's the Lib Dems. It's just Lib Dem hold. This is fine. Reform UK continues to beat the Tories. When Labour wins, Lib Dems coming second. Reform comes second. We are awaiting some big updates in regards to Reform UK, ladies and gentlemen, any moment. cannot believe. I'm still thinking about George Galloway storming out. That's funny. Let's quickly get some of the reaction. Raymond is back. Another £50 super chat saying, I wish I could stay longer. Oh, sorry, sir. Thank you for joining, Raymond, and thank you for your generosity. For Yemenite. Oh, no. Casper says, Maya, at this point, how many seats do you think Reform can win after these early stages? They should still be able to get about 10, but I don't know. I can't really tell, unfortunately. They're claiming that Jeremy Corbyn has won. That's not good, is it? It's not good at all. 54 for Labour. That's Southport, Gower, and Ealing Central and Acton. Southport is a Labour gain from the Tories, obviously. And let's see what else we have here. Okay. Kemi Badenoch, Suella Braverman, Robert Jenrick, and Tom Tugendhat are expected to keep their seats. And the interesting thing about this list of these 4 names that I just mentioned, Kemi, Suella, Jenrick, Tugendhat, is that these are the 4 people who would potentially be standing for party leader. By the way, the person who beat George Galloway as a Labour candidate was Paul Wag, who is a journalist. And a few months ago, he wrote an article. This is the new Labour MP who beat George Galloway, Paul. A few months ago, he wrote an article saying this: whisper it, but Rishi Sunak is turning out to be a very competent Prime Minister indeed. This man is now a Labour MP. God save this country. I don't understand how these people think. Where did they get their brains? We have a photo of the Tory party chairman, Richard Holden, whose seat in Basildon and Billericay is having a full recount because there's 20 votes between him and Labour. He's not looking too happy, is he? He is one of the reasons that the Tory party may be messing up the candidate selections in this election, and he's potentially losing his seat, as you can see in his face. Stupid face. Labour have now gone up from 54 to 61, ladies and gentlemen. A big jump. That's Liverpool, Walton, Scunthorpe, Barrow, and Furness, and Broxtowe as well. Oh, they got Broxtowe from the Tories. Yep. That was Darren Henry, the Conservative MP. What else do we have? The Conservatives have won a seat. They are now 7. Which seat is that? That's Suffolk West. That's just Conservative hold. That is Nick Timothy, by the way. Nick Timothy has won. He's now in Parliament. Crazy. Angela Rayner has kept her seat in Ashton-under-Lyne. Reform sources are saying Clacton looks very good for Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage, obviously, I believe he's just arrived. I think they're going to announce Clacton soon. We'll get a clip as soon as we get it, by the way. There's a lot of good news coming out tonight. Not bad, not bad. Labour's gone up to 63. There we go. These include Macclesfield and Leicester West. Both of them Labour heartlands. you know, of course, they held them. So far, the Labour Party have gained 25 new seats. The Tories have lost 26 seats, and the Lib Dems have gained 2 new seats. Reform have gained 1 seat. Tooting has also gone Labour, which obviously was already Labour. It's just a Labour hold. Tooting used to be Sadiq Khan's parliamentary seats before he became London mayor. Sparky says, at least Galloway is a pro-Brexit non-globalist. Yeah, but he's globalist. George Galloway is a globalist. He's pro-Eastern globalist. He's against Western globalist, but he's not a nationalist. Is the Labour person who beat him a globalist? Yes. Almost everybody in British politics, in mainstream politics, are globalist by nature. That's just the status quo, unfortunately. Reform UK obviously are challenging that. A friend super chat saying Bamban will do a much better job than Starmer. Did you hear that, Bamban? He's just staring into nothingness. He's looking into the kitchen for no reason. Do you want food? Yeah, he wants food. Secret Vault says on a lighter note, who or what is Bamban? I'm so out of the picture. Hang on, I'll show you. Say hi. That's Bamban. Hi, Bamban. Would you like to say something? Alright, you go down. It's okay, it's okay. That's Bamban. 65 for Labour. Still 7 for Tories, that's fine. That's Bishop Auckland. Labour gain from the Conservatives. Bishop Auckland was someone else, I can't remember. But the candidate has changed, obviously. Bishop Auckland was Deanna Davidson, who then became a GB News presenter for a while. Then she lost that job. I don't know what she's doing now. We have an ITV News forecast based on the numbers that we are getting. This is interesting. They are now saying Reform UK will get 10 seats. That's still pretty good. That's still very good. Yeah, Reform will be on 10. Conservatives 130. So not 131, but 130. Someone said that's an odd looking cat. Bun for Prime Minister. Stop eating the things. Oh, it's just eating everything in the house. Free Bun. Bun for MI6. Oh my god, that's funny. Bun's getting more attention than the candidates. Casper says, Maya, will you get Sadiq Khan on 2CTV Plus tonight? Imagine. That would be fun. Labour are now on 67. And these 2 seats are Lewisham East, where I grew up, by the way, and Newcastle North, both Labour heartlands, obviously. The Labour Party have gained Stevenage from the Tories. That's so bad. Margaret Hodge from the Labour Party has compared the Reform UK to BMP. Oh, that's so cute, isn't it? So cute. Oh, the Conservatives have won another seat. They are now on 8. What seat is that? Hinckley, yes. Hinckley has gone Tory. It's a Conservative hold. That's Luke Evans. He's a Liberal Tory, obviously. They're all mostly Liberal Tories these days, since David Cameron. I am absolutely shattered. It's going to keep going for a while. I'm going to keep going until Clacton is announced. We're going to wait for Clacton. We're going to wait for Nigel Farage. We still have almost 9,000 people watching live. That's quite impressive at 3 a.m. That's very good. Thank you guys for being patient. I think they're about to announce Clacton. They're about to potentially announce Clacton, which is Nigel Farage. Let's just get a confirmation. So far, this has been an amazing night for Reform UK, as you've been seeing the numbers. Not the best night for Labour. I don't understand why the vote share is going down, but they're still winning the seats, obviously, because Tories are losing more. But Reform UK continues to go up out of nowhere. And of course, it's showing in the vote share. So, congrats to Reform UK so far. By the way, Suffolk West, that's the Tories won. Nick Timothy is the same Nick Timothy who was Theresa May's advisor, by the way. There we go. Labour now on 70. Fair enough. Makes sense. Lib Dems on 4. That's Chelmsford. They gained it from the Conservative Party. And the Tory MP was Vicky Ford. Oh, thank God, Vicky's gone. Thurrock has gone Labour. Ooh. That could have been Reform. Harlow has finally gone Labour. Thank God for that. That's it was Robert Halfon, but then it was Hannah Ellis, who used to be Robert Halfon's parliamentary staffer. And so now that makes it 71 for Labour. Everything's going as expected so far. Based on the exit poll, obviously. Oh no. We have Angela Rayner, who has now won her seat. I'm just going to put only a few seconds of this, not the whole thing, because it's kind of irritating.
Let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you.
That's enough of Angela Rayner. She kept her seat, obviously. Congrats, Angela. Galloway says, stay awake, Maya. We need you. I'm not George Galloway, for the record. 20, 30 seats for Reform. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. As in the seats, not me staying awake. That's not going to happen. Jay, thank you for your super sticker. Ely North, Labour hold. Anyone else? Ballot stations were using pencils. All ballot stations, all polling stations use pencils. They've always used pencils, not blank ink pens, as surely pencils can tamper with ballot papers. Yeah, we've already covered the whole thing earlier on tonight. Obviously, people do double check that, but it's always safer to take a pen anyway. Paul says, I hope Keith Vaz loses heavily in Leicester East, but he won't. Disgrace is standing. I know, right? The cigarette roll says, Bumban is lovely. Thanks for that. You're lovely, Bumban. Sparky says, Americans sort of liked Galloway. Not because they're socialists or keen on Islam, but because they're tired of Israel leading them around by the nose, like the US leads the UK around by the nose. Carl says, booze funds. Thank you, Carl Jansen. Seems like Reform UK's numbers are lower due to London. But the seats that are being announced so far are the seats that were never supposed to be Reform UK. That's why. 76 for Labour now. They got 5 more. Tories got 9 now. And Lib Dems got 7. The Lib Dem ones, Twickenham, Torbay, Hazel Grove. They got it from the Tories. Field. I could never tell. It's Tory hold. Walthamstow, Labour hold. Holborn and St Pancras, of course, Labour hold. That is Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer's got a majority of 11,500. Ealing North, we said that. Labour 77. Lib Dems now 8. Which one's the 8th one? That is that's Cheltenham, which was already announced. I don't updated late. Stop it. Keir Starmer's majority has gone down. As I've been saying all night, the Labour Party are increasing their seats, but they are losing votes. Keir Starmer's majority in 2019 under Jeremy Corbyn was 16,000. It's now gone down to 11,000. This country does not love this Labour Party. They're only winning by default because the Tories are incompetent and the Reform UK didn't have enough time to present themselves as the new centre-right party. Labour on 80 now. And these are Wigan, Coventry, North West, Exeter. Yep. 81 now for Labour. It's all happening fast now, guys. It's difficult to keep up. Labour to 82. Waiting for the Reform ones. Claxon will be any moment, hopefully. Turnout in Keir Starmer's Holborn seat down. Okay. We have a statement from Theresa May. This is funny. This is the same Theresa May used to be anti some of the gay rights back in the late 90s. Theresa May now says, wait for this. Theresa May says she is woke and proud. The former Prime Minister, the former Conservative Prime Minister says she is woke and proud. Don't know what to say about that. Oh, Theresa. So weird. Karen says Labour, the Islamic vote. Starmer, the Islamic vote. Stooge. Kevin's like, what? About Theresa May? I know. Sean says, I hope she doesn't dance. I really hope. Someone says silly cow. She is extremely weird. Dean says woke lizard. Maya, how many votes do candidates need to keep their deposit? 5% of the vote. It's not number of votes, it's 5% of the vote. Super chat from Australia, thank you, name. And Canada as well. How many seats Labour to win? They need over 300 and something, 330, something like that, to get a majority. What's going on here? Oh my God, it's all going up quite fast. Labour now 83. Tories 10. Lib Dems 9. What are the key seats? Let's have a look. Bermondsey and Old Southwark. Luton South, Labour. Coventry North West, Labour. Epping Forest, Conservative hold. Labour's now 84. Oh, the hell. And still waiting for Clacton, by the way. Spencer This is funny. Spencer Morgan, who is Piers Morgan's son, who, by the way, unlike his father, Spencer Morgan is not woke and he was anti-lockdown. He's also conservative. Has posted this on X. The UK is about to become more woke than Disney. That says a lot. Spencer Morgan, Piers Morgan's son, who is not woke. Apparently, Ian Duncan Smith has won in Chingford. What? Oh, that's a first. A lot of people were expecting IDS to lose, but apparently he's holding the seat. Not sure about that. Okay. Let's go back to Super Chat. Theresa May has moved over to Labour as advisor. I wouldn't be surprised at this point, really. Spooky says, would you be open to an STV system instead of a PR, you mean? No, STV doesn't work. Not here. You have to. I'd rather have 2 or 3 rounds, physically taking people back to the polling station. I'd rather do that. Just go back for the second round and vote for the top 2 candidates. That's probably better. 84, 10, 9. Yep. What time is it? It's 3:06 a.m. UK time. We still have about 9,000 people watching. That's insane. You guys need to sleep as well, right? Super chat people, let's go. What's going on? Christine, Maya, stop it, Bamban. Causing chaos. How do you Bum-proof your apartment? I have a bunny and Mini Rex are, and keep him contained in one room because he chews everything. That's what bunnies do. Watching from New York City. No, Bum is free to do whatever he wants, but no, he's free to go wherever he wants. But he's alright as long as he don't have cables. Like, he loves iPhone cables, like chargers. As long as you don't have that, he seems to be okay with like walls and stuff and chairs, unlike other bunnies. I don't know. He seems to be very civilized. But as long as there are no wires anywhere, he doesn't really cause trouble. You know, he just goes around. He's just running around like an idiot now. What are you doing? Maya is the only Iranian weapon I condone. I approve. Labour 85. What is it? What seat? Paisley. It's Scotland. Labour gain from the SNP. What's happening? There's so many jokes on Twitter. Alright, 85, 10, 9. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to the live chat. We're still waiting for Clacton. That's the only... Actually, you know what? I'm going to be optimistic, so I'm going to prepare the next shot. We know what's going to come. We all know what's about to come. Let's just get ready. Nigel's coming home. He's coming home. Nigel's coming home. I'm not going to do yet. I'm just going to put it here. Wait for the good news, because Nigel has now arrived at the Clacton election count. Labour are now confident that they have in fact beaten Penny Mordaunt in Portsmouth North. It's gonna be brilliant. 87 for Labour. Labour have beaten Grand Chaps. It's done. Oh my god. Grand Chaps is gone. The incompetent defense secretary is gone. Let's have a look at the result. Labour 41%. Tories 33.2%. Reform 13.1%. Grand Chaps is going to hate Reform now because they were like, you took my vote away. You deserve it. You're incompetent and corrupt and a liar. And a liberal. West Coast Yankee watching here. Good luck with the elections. Thank you very much. What time is it there? Oh, it's afternoon. It's fine. 89 Labour. Woohoo. And 11 for Tories now. We're way behind. Way behind. Leicester East. The Conservatives have gained from the Labour Party. What happened? Oh no. The Conservatives have gained. Leicester East. This is the result. What happened here? 31% Tory, 21.6% Labour 13, Lib Dems. Oh, see, the Labour Party is not loved. There's a massive problem. This parliament and this whole Labour government is not gonna be sustainable. You know, it's the same thing with Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the election. That government was not sustainable because it was not loved. A lot of people who voted for Biden were brainwashed to hate Trump. That was it. 91 for Labour, 92 for Labour. Oh my God, it keeps changing. 92 Labour, 12 Tory, 9 Lib Dems. A lot of the Welsh and Scottish seats are coming in now. Nothing for the SNP so far. Justice Secretary Alex Chalk has obviously lost his seat because the Cheltenham seat was Alex Chalk. I forgot about that. He was the first cabinet minister to lose. Now we have obviously Grant Shapps as well losing, another cabinet minister. We have Nigel Farage obviously hanging around the election count. Labour 93, Tories now gone to 15. Let's see what we have. Yeah, there's all the Welsh ones are coming in as well. Yeah, Chingford and Woodford Green. That's Ian Duncan Smith, the former Tory leader. He's got 35.6%. Labour got 25.8%. We have Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. That's Sutton in South London, Surrey area. It's 10 for the Liberal Democrats now. And we're waiting for the Reform seats soon now. Labour 94. Okay. What's going on with you guys? Mosh Cohen says, so many seats taken because of ego and tribalism. There's a lot of tribalism in British politics. That makes things so hard to actually talk to people about ideas and policies. Someone, Linda says, 9 p.m., 10 past 9, in Texas, waiting for Nigel Farage, MAGA. Come on, Nigel, sort it out. Labour now 96. So far, it's literally going as expected in terms of the ratio and this pace. Labour obviously will go up first. Obviously, they're going to get the majority anyway. Tories then second, and then Lib Dems. The current state of affairs, considering the number of seats, Lib Dems third party, Reform fourth, but in terms of the share of vote, Reform are actually third. So Labour 40% in the whole country, Tories 21, Reform 17, Lib Dems only 9, but Lib Dems are getting more seats. That's the problem in terms of the first past the post. Labour 97. The rest still the same. That was Liverpool Riverside. Lewis Blackpool says something interesting on X. Let's just go to him quickly. As he rightly points out, I am staggered at how many times Reform has come second place. The mainstream parties are terrified, and that's good. Yeah, consistently they're becoming second or third. Way above the Lib Dems and most of the time above the Tories. This is a great start for the future when it comes to Reform UK building their party. Labour 98, Tories 16. Which one is that? That's Norfolk mid, so that is Conservative hold. Oh. Still going. Still going. Still can't believe about Grant Shapps. That's kind of funny. Super chat from Australia. Bells? Oh, I think someone's watching the live stream from the beginning. That comment about bells, that was hours ago. Please put this towards getting a decent bottle of scotch next time, matey. You deserve it. Or maybe order a Dudash pack of Red Bull. There is a while to go yet. Thank you very much for the support. Casper. I can't believe the Tories will get over 100 seats. Who is voting for these idiots? A lot of tribal Tory voters. You know, the Tories and Labour are large parties for decades and decades. They got a lot of families who, like, you know, the people are born into it. Like, oh, I'm going to vote Tory, I'm going to vote Labour because my dad told me. Labour is now moving from 98 to 102. Lib Dems are now 11. Which seat did they get? Lib Dems got Richmond Park. Of course, that's just a Lib Dem hold. That's Sarah Olney, the weirdo. SNP! SNP got a seat, guys. Finally. Aberdeen North, SNP hold. Yeah, the Labour Party has now exceeded the 100 seats mark. 103 now. Tories 17. Lib Dems still 11. Wait. Oh, it's Douglas Alexander, who's now returned. That's impressive. Labour's gone up again, 105. Very fast. Keir Starmer's made a speech when he won, and he spoke for over 7 minutes at a victory speech. Seriously, do you really have to talk for 7 minutes? Of course, I mean, he's party leader, so he's 50 minutes of fame until tomorrow morning when he becomes Prime Minister. 17, 105, 11, yeah. Enfield North is a Labour hold, ladies and gentlemen. So that's now, yeah. Ferial Clark of the Labour Party, 106, Labour. Where are the reform seats? Come on. I don't have all night. Plaid Cymru has gained from the Conservatives in Wales. And another Welsh seat, Scottish seat, Labour gained from the SNP. The SNP are not having a good night, guys. They are being destroyed. They've only managed to gain one. They've lost 6 seats. 5 or 6 seats so far. Goodbye, SNP. Alright, let's get some of your reaction while we wait for the others. Sue says Nigel is keeping you up past your bedtime to see. I know. It's not his fault. It's the idiot who are counting the votes. Leicester East was always Labour. Seat Keith Vaz. Funny to see the Tories get it. Police have taken ballot boxes in Glasgow. Yep. 2 from Glasgow South, West, East, and 1 reportedly in Glasgow West, possibly voted for. Yeah, we reported on that. Obviously, we're waiting for the police to release an official statement again about the latest update about the electoral fraud in Scotland. We'll keep you guys posted. Sparky says, if it makes you feel any better, probably won't. And to allay any fears you may have about your American new colonial masters, I want to point out Joe Biden is clearly the most competent person in his administration. Thank you, Andy Stevens. And Dan says, Maya, can you tell us which places Reform is expected to win? and where they are roughly. That's the problem. When the exit poll came out, it didn't really clarify which seats we should be expecting. Apart from obviously the obvious ones. So Lee Anderson, Nigel Farage, Ben Habib, and Richard Tice. So these guys obviously are on the list. But there will definitely be others, but we don't know which ones. So the problem is, because Reform UK are standing for the first time, it's not really a historic party where you could go back to a few elections and be like, so this is how they've done in the last 2-3, so this seat could be a marginal seat for them. We can't. They're a fresh party, so it could be any seat. Not really any seat, but you know what I mean. Lib Dems. Go on, Lib Dems. They're on 12 now. And Labour, 107. I know you are tired, Maya, but say where the seats are, please. I'm gonna have to check all the seats again. Totalitarians, any chance it's being rigged against Reform UK? No, this is just how it works in terms of that. In fact, the Reform UK are doing so well; they're becoming second and third every time. There's no rigging. That's just how the system works. The rigging was already done by the media over the last few weeks. That's how they do it, by influencing the public opinion. Labour 108 and Lib Dems 13. Rugby, Labour gain from the Conservatives. Oopsie. What did you think about Channel 4 Ofcom decision? Chairman of Ofcom used to be Chief Executive at Channel 4. No bias there at all, is there? Yeah. Yeah, of course, Channel 4 is always protected by Ofcom for obvious reasons, because they know the trick. They know how to get away with it. That's why nothing will be done against Channel 4. And the Tories had a chance of denationalising Channel 4 under Boris Johnson, but then they made a U-turn because they're a bunch of weak idiots. Still not hearing anything from Clacton. We have the live footage from Talk TV or Talk Radio, whatever it's called these days, showing Nigel waiting around. Let's go to emotional speech, goodbye speech by Defence Secretary Grant Shapps. Let's see what this idiot is talking about now.
In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly, to business secretary, energy secretary, and of course, currently defence secretary. I want to pay tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm.
So that was the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps, who's lost his seat now and he has to go find a different job. Paul says, will you be down in London on the 27th? Is it safe to take a couple of kids? So I'm obviously helping with Tommy and I'll be speaking. So it's our event now, so obviously led by Tommy. Of course, I'll be one of the speakers, so I have to be there. I can't not be there. Yeah, obviously the 1st of June was the first rally that we did, and thanks to Tommy, it was the friendliest and nicest festival of Britannia that we've ever seen. We had a lot of kids, we had a lot of families there, because it's not a protest, it's just a rally. So of course, bring a couple of kids. Hopefully your own kids. Don't bring other people's kids randomly, because I think it's illegal. So, oh god, it's all going up fast. Labour is now 114. Tories 19. What is going on with Clacton? Come on, guys. Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn is one, isn't it? Yeah, I think he's got it. Starmer's dad was a toolmaker, and by God, what a tool he made. 115 Labour. Do we have confirmation about Jeremy? Not yet, no. Jeremy Corbyn, we're still waiting for Jeremy Corbyn. He should be winning, obviously. 116 Labour. Lib Dems 14. Not bad, considering they are getting much fewer votes than Reform UK. Yep, Jeremy Corbyn has officially won. Islington North, Jeremy Corbyn gain from the Labour Party. Oopsie. He's now an independent MP with no power. There's no point in him even being in Parliament. No fear for people. He's got no power. Leicester South has fallen. Oh my God. Leicester South, which was Labour, has gone independent. Jonathan Ashworth has lost. Jonathan Ashworth. What is happening? The Labour Party are not having the best night when it comes to the actual popular vote. I don't know what's happening on the BBC, but a lot of people are complaining about their coverage. We have Dan Hodges, one of the pundits, saying the BBC have literally given up on reporting actual facts. What are they doing? They've given up on reporting facts now. I think it's just turned into an opinion channel. What's the point? Just watch 2CTV. How's Dan Penner going? I think in the seat of Angus, Scotland. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's just Jonathan Ashworth. The guy was supposed to be the future of the Labour Party, but at this point, we're not even going to get any sort of idea about what the future after Starmer is going to be, because if it's going to be people like Angela Rayner, and I don't think it's going to be, there's a whole different direction. And if it were supposed to be people like Yvette Cooper, apparently she's losing her seat or lost her seat. I don't know what's going on with that. Or losing to Reform. That's going to create new problems for the left of the Labour Party. Jonathan Ashworth was supposed to be a Liberal, and he's gone as well. Legacy Media saying 4 a.m. For Clacton results. That's about half an hour. Nationalist populism rising mega. It could be any time between now and 4. But latest will be 4 a.m. usually in Clacton. Oh, got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we can now officially confirm Clacton-on-Sea has gone to Reform UK. It's coming home. It's coming. It's coming. Nigel's coming home. Oh, yeah. I might do 2 shots for Nigel. Nigel Farage has entered the House of Commons. Expect chaos, ladies and gentlemen. Nigel Farage has been elected as a Member of Parliament for the first time in history. And look at the number on Reform UK. It's 1. No, it's not. It's 2. Go. 2 seats. Done. Reform. Winning. We need music. How do I do this? We can do music. How do I do music? I can do something. And I'm going to get the results as well. Hang on. There we go. It's coming home. It's coming Nigel's coming home. Nigel Farage has won in Clacton, ladies and gentlemen. Peter says the BBC gave up factual reporting some years ago. What a night, guys. What a night. I was getting nervous about Clacton, but he's done it. That's it. We needed 2 seats. That's all we needed. And we've done it. It's a good start. The Tories are now on 20 seats. 125 for Labour. Lib Dems 16. Reform 2. Yes, it's happening, guys. It's coming home. Oh, and now we are waiting for Nigel Farage's victory speech. Get ready. Right, let's wait for the victory speech by Nigel Farage. Absolute insanity. Let's also look at the results, by the way, to see how he won. Give me your predictions. Oh, we're still waiting for the actual result to be updated. Give me a sec. It's fine. Let's quickly get some reactions while we wait for that. Can't believe Nigel Farage has finally entered the House of Commons. There's going to be a lot of hate on X tomorrow over Clacton. Casper says Nigel's coming home. The economic elder says, oh, he's making a speech. I'll go to him in a second. First past the post is actually better in my opinion. It may seem bad now, but by 2028, you'll be appreciating it for reform. Yeah, I mean, it will be better for reform if you keep first past the post long term, if the Tories don't exist. Yeah. But right now it's quite tricky because they are getting more votes, but fewer seats. So I understand their frustration. I think the majority of Nigel is about 10,000, almost 10,000. That's crazy. Let me just... Yeah, we have the result. Oh my god, that is huge. 46% of the vote. That's a majority of 8,000. Clacton, 8,405 for Nigel, 60%, 60.5%. And we have the percentages. 46.2%, almost half of the voters in Clacton have voted for Nigel, 27.9% for the Conservatives, and 16.2% for the Socialists. Lib Dems, no chance. Wow. Not bad. So that's that. Tories kept Bedfordshire, one of the Bedfordshire seats. Nigel Farage now said we are now coming for Labour. Be in no doubt about that. We'll put his speech on when I have it. Don't worry, guys. Labour 130. Okay, let's have a look. It's the craziest stuff. Absolute craziest stuff. 2 seats. We have the moment when Nigel won. Let's have a look. There we go.
Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225.
Yeah, I think they were reading those, they were weighing them, I think.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the House of Commons.
Tassos Heritage Party, 33.
Listen to the
that was the moment Nigel became the Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, gaining it from the Conservatives. The Tories are now on 24 seats. There we go. And Labour on 133. SNP got another seat, guys. They're having a terrible night. Second seat of the night, and that's with the electoral fraud as well, by the way. That's Aberdeen South. It's a SNP hold, so it's not really that impressive. Let's wait for the speech. Where is the speech? There we go, we have it. It's all happening. It's all coming home. All we need is for Gareth Southgate to sort out his mess and win the Euros. There we go. Let's go.
Well, Mr. Returning Officer, all here at tendering, and I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election. And I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
And to add to that, ladies and gentlemen, another breaking news. Great Yarmouth has gone to Reform UK, the third seat for Reform. Well done. Every time. Reform UK has won their third seat in Great Yarmouth. Let's actually have a look at the results in Great Yarmouth. This was Rupert Lowe, a great man, defeating James Clark of the Conservatives and Cozens of the Labour Party. And in terms of the share of votes, it was a close one. It was a close one for Reform. Just wait for the result. Hang on. This is Great Yarmouth. 36.1% for Reform. 32.6% for Labour and 25.3% for the Conservative Party. Great Yarmouth has gone to Rupert Lowe and the Reform Party. That's the third seat of the night for Reform. The Labour Party is now on 148. Tories still 26. Yep. Okay, this is all kicking off now. We have heard that Kemi Badenoch has won her seat. Yes. Kemi Badenoch has won in North East Essex, and she might potentially be standing for party leader after Rishi Sunak as well. The Secret Vault says the treats for Bamban and the Farage. This will be so interesting to listen to him in debates. Can you imagine what's coming soon on Parliament Channel? Yes. So many videos. Sparker says, the US is pro Nigel Farage. Make sure that he doesn't fall victim to traditional news sources or intel. Although all the boomers think those are somewhat fake. They are actually 100% fake, obviously. Nigel has a lot of experience in this game for the past few decades. He should be okay anyway. Tories on 27. Labour 153. Lib Dems 17. Cool. Ah, wow. Do we have any big seats? No, not really. We'll wait. Impressive. Great Yarmouth has gone Conservative. Hang on, I'm just checking something. It's just Nigel, it's fine. The Lib Dems have gained Cheadle from the Tories. That is embarrassing for the Tories. Another Liberal. It's going up. Labour 156. Thanet East, Labour gain from the Conservatives. Yep. Crazy times to be alive, guys. Crazy times. 3 seats for Reform. Someone says get rid of that mug in the chat. We can't get rid of people if you don't say the username or what name. Like, who are we talking about? It's difficult to find out who. Is it this one? I'm gonna guess it's this one, right? Make English sound like Afghanistan. I don't know if it's sarcastic or if it's real. If someone could confirm. That would be helpful. Nope. No reaction so far. Oh my god, someone's in free Palestine. Stop spamming. Okay, you're gone. Alfie banned. Stop spamming the live chat. Okay. We're getting some updates from Reform UK. They might be getting their 4th seats, guys. Potentially. Another Lib Dem gain. SNP gain, isn't it? 158 for Labour. Yep, that's 158. Tories 28 now. Waiting for the others. We have a Sinn Féin has won. Sinn Féin hold. That's the 1st seat for Sinn Féin. Plaid Cymru has won their 2nd seat, I believe. Yeah, Plaid Cymru in Wales, 2nd seat. 159 for Labour. Let's wait for the others. Oof. Yeah, that's Ulster Mid. Sinn Féin hold in Northern Ireland. Such a good night, isn't it? The Tories are going destroyed. The Labour Party is not getting a proper mandate. They're not loved by the country. Okay, this person is actually spamming. He's gone. The one with the Afghanistan thing, he's gone as well. Yeah, Reform coming up. Pretty good. Lib Dems are now 18. Wow. I still can't believe it. Nigel is now an MP, but you know, it's actually happened. Who would have thought? Super chat from Joe K. Thank you, Joe. And Toddy Terrence. Hope Reform UK win 12 seats or get 5 million votes. I would rather for them to get more votes. So I would rather if they get 6 million or at least 5 million. I don't really care about the number of seats because that's not really important in this election. But obviously if they get both, if they get 5-6 million as well as 10 seats, that is huge. But the key point is for them to get a lot of votes but not enough seats, so they could basically say the system is broken. We need to change it. Someone said, how's Blackpool doing? Well, Blackpool South is now gone Labour from the Tories. Blackpool North, we're still waiting, I believe. Yep. Tories 30. 164 Labour. Crazy times to be alive, guys. Joe says that you're getting slammed after all those drinks. Surprisingly, it hasn't actually affected me yet. I should have been by now very drunk. Nah, well, tipsy at least, but no. I think I'm so tired, I can't get drunk. I'm too tired to get drunk. It happens to me all the time. It's just making me sleepy. Also, it's whiskey, so of course it's going to make me sleepy. There's a lot of rumors about the fourth Reform seat, but there has been no confirmation from any of the counts about the fourth Reform seat. We'll wait for it. It is coming, inevitably. We have a reaction from GB News' audience because they have this election party thing as well. A lot of their Nigel Farage supporters in the room. Let's see the reaction from them when Nigel was elected.
How do we feel about Nigel winning, everybody? Michelle, it's over to you in the crowd. Michelle, go on, take it away.
I love that they did go, whoa, but there wasn't really enough energy. It was so scripted. Like, well, we're going to go live in 2 minutes. When the presenter asks how you feel, you go, way. Everyone was like, way. Why does everything have to be scripted in the mainstream media? Why can't you just be chaotic like TCTV? Just be spontaneous. 168 Labour. 31 Tories. 21 Lib Dems have hit blackjack. Yeah, Doris says they don't sound excited. It's because it's all scripted. Like they've been waiting for probably 7-8 minutes. Like we're gonna go live in about 7 minutes. Just wait for it. Wait. And then when they go live, now the presenter's gonna ask you how you feel, and then we'll go, oh yeah. Oh, funny times. Anyway, I'm gonna go and get reactions. But what is going on with this? Okay, we're waiting for the fourth seat. It's all right. Barbara says, people in the chat saying Reform have got Great Yarmouth. Yeah, but we already announced Great Yarmouth. That was about 5 minutes ago. That's that one. The third seat is Great Yarmouth. Grandad, thank you for your super sticker. And old school archiver says, I want this money to go to Bumban's campaign. He's going to just spend it all on mango and carrots. Don't trust that boy. No doubt the Labour will try to frame this as a huge victory. I know, it's going to be funny. When it's not really the case, seeing the Tories blame Reform voters when it's their fault. That's a very good point. Suella Braverman has won her seat in Fareham. Yep. So Suella and Kemi, two potential candidates for leadership. Ellis says, any chance of an election before 2029 without first past the post? First past the post, nothing to do with the election. First past the post is the method of voting. So, of course, we could have an election. So, we don't have fixed elections. So, between 2010 and 2019, we had the short period of time when we had fixed term parliament. It was almost like presidential. So, we had 5 years. We got rid of that because we never had it before. It's not in our culture. So, you could have a government up to 5 years, up to. So the deadline is 2029, but an election could be called any moment. It could be next month, it could be 2 years from now. First past the post is irrelevant. So even if you change first past the post voting to proportional representation, the parliamentary term is still the same thing. You can have an election in 6 months or 2 years. So that's what's happening in this country. Lulu Loves, thank you for your super chat. SNP finally got their third seat. Bloody hell. They're taking their time. They've lost 11 seats. That's so bad. Lib Dems 21, Labour 177. Tories 32. Embarrassing, guys. Aberdeen North and Aberdeen South, both SNP hold, obviously. Why not? This is funny. Callum, who used to be part of Lotus Eaters, has just posted this. This is actually quite funny. These are all the leaders. Hang on, let me put it on the screen for you. All the ones who've gone already. You got Leo Varadkar, Rishi Sunak, Gethin, Humza, all gone. Just waiting for Sadiq Khan to go as well. Oh, the Antichrist. This is the group of Antichrists. Funny there. Right. Anything here? 180. Labour. I'm just going to wait for the fourth reform seat. Then I can die happily. The Green co-leader gains Bristol Central. No one cares, but fine. If I really have to, I will update the Green Party. But I need a confirmation first, not gossip. Don't give me rumours. Is it coming? Well, we know Labour is now 181. I think it's coming, but give it a minute. Barbara says, sorry, I fell asleep. I'm an old lady. It's only 4 a.m. How did you fall asleep? How am I still awake? I'm an old man now. I can't even go out like to a bar or a club. I don't go clubbing. That's just, I'm too old for that. But I can't even go out, like out, and then stay out till even after like midnight. I'm done. David Lammy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, has held his seat in Tottenham. Tottenham's gone towards Labour again. We have a bit of a problem with the list. There's no updates coming in. Oh, we've got it, guys. We've got it. Confirmation. Yep. Well done, Greens. Bristol Central Green gained from Labour. 182. Lib Dems 22. Okay. Jeremy Corbyn received over 5,000 more votes in Islington North than Keir Starmer received in Holborn and St Pancras. That's not good for Starmer, is it? Not good at all. So the big shock result so far has been Jonathan Ashworth of the Labour Party losing, Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary, losing. It's funny, but you know, still shocking. Tunbridge Wells officially confirmed. Lib Dem gain, obviously, yeah, from the Conservatives. How long do we have to wait for the next reform seat? Carmel from Australia. I have 2CTV on in the background while working. Why does the UK have voting during the week instead of on Saturday? So it was a tradition back in the day because Thursdays, it's always Thursdays. Thursdays was the market days where people used to basically go shopping in market towns, and that was the best time to get people to also, while you're out, come out and vote. Because again, traditionally speaking, they couldn't do weekends because that was a different time when we had a proper Christian society where people just like Sundays, they would spend time in church and with their families. They wouldn't come out of the house. So Thursdays became the tradition because of the market towns, as people were already out and about. Go and vote, get out and vote, and they just stayed the tradition basically. But now society has changed, so no one, people still go to church, but the demographic that doesn't go to church is increasing. What? 186 for Labour? Way. There we go. Sweller's speech was such a pitch. She's trying to be next leader. Oh, we're gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. It's gonna be so obvious, isn't it? It's gonna be such a predictable speech, right? Oh no! Bad news, guys. The Tory party chairman, Richard Holden, has managed to win the seat in Basildon and Billericay. Stupid Labour. They had one job to defeat the Tory party chairman, Richard Holden. They failed. Absolute idiots. Stupid idiots. It's okay. He doesn't matter anyway. He's got no power. Not without his boss, Rishi Sunak. Can't believe he won. Oh, we've got it. We've got it. Guys. Richard Tice. It's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming. Richard Tice is coming home. Reform UK, have won the 4th seat, ladies and gentlemen. Richard Tice in Boston and Skegness. He's done it. Ooh. Okay. 4 seats. Where's the lid? I'm struggling. Richard Tice has won in Boston and Skegness. So we got Great Yarmouth. Let's start from the beginning. Ashfield, Lee Anderson. Clacton-on-Sea, Nigel Farage. Great Yarmouth, Rupert Lowe. And Boston and Skegness, Richard Tice. Oh, it's all happening, guys. Oh, imagine that team in Parliament. Oh, imagine it. It's going to be beautiful, guys. It's going to be beautiful. Thank you, Maya. It's a long, tiring night for you, but know that we appreciate you and your reporting on a very important night. Oh, it's just the beginning, guys. No, it's not. I'm literally dying right now. I'm not going to last that long anymore. We know the result. It's fine. Also, if I can take a nap, I can actually come back and give you guys the big news in a few hours. See? The big thing is going to happen in a few hours when the morning starts properly, when Stormer goes to the palace. 199 200. Well, I just updated it. 200 Labour. This is crazy. Lib Dems are 23. Lib Dems have more seats than Reform, but Reform have more votes than Lib Dems. You see the problem here? That's the issue. Labour 201. The insanity continues. Claire Coutinho has won Surrey East, Tory minister, who also wants to be Tory leader, but she has no chance. Richard Holden actually won by 20 seats. That is so close. So bloody close. Jeremy Corbyn has released the longest statement ever after his victory. And I'm not reading that because it's so long. Newark. He's done it. Robert Jenrick has kept his seat. He's also a contender to be party leader. That's 36 for the Liberal Tories and 204 for the Socialists, and the woke Democrats are still on 23. I forgot about the SNP. The Scottish Nationalists are now 4. Well done, the SNP. I'm so proud of you. Anyway, Lewisham West has fallen. Labour hold. Southampton again. Southampton itching. Labour gain from the Conservatives. Liverpool Wavertree. Labour hold. Watford. Labour gain from the Conservatives. Hackney, of course, Labour hold. All right. I was looking for Suella Braverman's speech, but we cannot find it, apparently. That's not nice, is it? Sparky says, Maya, your man Rishi Sunak called an early election. Why is he my man? I hate that guy. So non-uni parties wouldn't have the time to get a proper organisation. Exactly. Just think, given time, how well Reform UK would have done. Exactly that's what I've been saying. Spot on. How many seats does Reform aim to get? Well, I think personally speaking, if Reform were here talking, I think they would say they're fine with this because they just won more votes. But I think 10 is a good number in terms of as a start. 10 is huge for a new party. The Lib Dems got like 6 in 2015, I think. That was a funny one. That was a funny year for the Lib Dems. More Labour, 209. Tory, 38. Cool. Right. Barry Clark. Rishi Sunak has arrived at his count in Richmond. I take that there will be no live streams later, you alcoholic. I'm just having a cold cider. You can't talk. Pot kettle alcoholic. Just got in from a long night shift. Keep up the good work, young man. For the record, I've only taken about 5 shots. Because 4 for the seats, 1 was for George Galloway. So, still. Leicester South gone to a pro-Gazan Islamist. Yeah. We have where is the Leicester South? Well, Leicestershire South. Hang on, what happened to Leicester South? That's the same thing, isn't it? Hang on. Oh yeah. Oh yes, Independent 1. Of course. Not a good night, guys. We have Shawkat winning. Yeah, that was the one against Jonathan Ashworth, obviously. The idiot lost to an independent. 211 Labour, 39 the Liberal Tories, 24 the woke tards. Andrew Rosendale has held his Romford seat. Well done, Andrew Rosendale. Dave says, is any form of electoral reform a good idea? Yeah, considering Labour will change the rules in their favour. It's not up to them. So there has to be an independent. Obviously, you need to have a referendum, but independent body to come up with the new model and the referendum for the public to decide. If the Labour Party decide to change it without consent, there will be a revolt. Ellis says roughly 1/60 of seats for 20% of the votes. Imagine, that's so bad, isn't it? When you think about it. Oopsie. Chris says your man is pretty much a term for that guy. Yeah, but we don't do that in the UK. We're not American. Canada. David from Canada just jumped in from Lotus Eaters, but I congratulate you doing this solo. Impressive. The whole thing is solo. I'm doing the numbers myself. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. 216 Labour. It's gone up again. And Labour, yeah, Tory is still 39. That's not really a shock anyway. Do we have any more interesting ones coming in? 217 Labour. 217, the last one was Chester North. It's just Labour hold as usual. I cannot believe Richard Holden, Tory party chairman, has won. The Labour Party have gained Tamworth from the Tories. For those who are not familiar, Tamworth is a very important place in this country because this was where we had Sir Robert Peel, who created the Conservative Party after the Tory Party. Obviously, initially it was the Tory Party, then it turned into the Conservative Party, and he did the first official political manifesto, and it was in Tamworth, so they called it the Tamworth Manifesto. And that was Robert Peel, who was essentially... Robert Peel and William Gladstone were the... Back then, they were called classical liberals. Well, they're called liberals, but we now call them classical liberals, or old English liberals, proper liberals. These were the people who created freedom and smaller government. And of course, there were a lot of people who opposed it. People like Benjamin Disraeli and others who wanted more big government, which we now call centralization or socialism. But this was it's a different time, obviously. So Tamworth is an important place, but now that it's gone, the Tories are also gone. Let's go to a speech from Suella Braverman.
I want to start with a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us, but you've all enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives. Agent Tom Davis, Councillor Tina Ellis, Donna Jones, Tom Fife, Will, Freya, Neil, Gwen, Patricia. There are too many to name right now this evening, but I am profoundly blessed to be part of your team. You have thrown everything at this campaign, in rain, in sun, in wind. We didn't get any snow, but there was a variable British climate that we had to deal with. The leaflets, the canvassing, the support. You even got me to join TikTok, which was quite an achievement. So thank you for going the extra mile and for always remaining cheerful and professional. I hope you enjoyed the campaign. Thirdly, I must thank my family, my husband, my children, for your steadfast love, support and friendship. My mum, my dad, my wider family, for your constant advice and encouragement. I couldn't do this job without you all. And next, thank you to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville. You've placed your trust in me as your voice in Parliament for the fourth time now. The people of Fareham and Waterlooville are the best.
That's all the clip that we have. That was, I don't know. It's Suella being Suella. We have some good news, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for another shot of whiskey? Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat in Portsmouth North. Another one bites the dust. And then, I can't do another one. There's another good news. Johnny Mercer has lost his seat. Oh, they're all going, guys. They're all going down. 2324 Labour. Also, it's now 4 a.m. We know Labour has won. Reform will get a few more seats, potentially. But I need to be able to rest so I could wake up in a couple of hours, in a few hours, to go to Downing Street so we could do a report from Keir Starmer's premiership and his first speech as Prime Minister, because I think there's going to be an interesting vibe in Westminster. There's going to be a lot of leftists celebrating. Anyway, before we do that, Fani says, thank you for working so hard tonight. Thank you very much. And George says, so sad for America that Nigel can't be Trump's VP. He can't because he's not American. Tamworth is important in Australia too. It has a giant golden guitar. Amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to double check if we have any important thing. No, we don't. Okay, no one's winning anything. I'm going to be taking a break for a couple of hours because it's been a long evening. Also, my eyes, I look drunk. I'm not even drunk, but I look drunk. But we're going to come back after a few hours of nap. It's been long. Little something from the old colony down under. For all your efforts, Maya. Recommend a nice and no more drinks. Anyway, so what we have, run the seats of the old empire. Doubt they will be long. We just got an update. It's just about Penny. We already got that. Sky News is only just reporting that Penny's lost. Seriously. Sparker says, to clarify, Southerners in the US say your man has a good-natured dig. Yeah, I know, but we speak British. There's some part of the northern UK or Ireland. It's not the same as that guy. Yeah, but why do you want to say your man as a good thing when it comes to Rishi Sunak? It's not good. It's bad. It's naughty. Anyway, let's just double check. Yes, everything seems to be fine. No more reform gains so far. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient, for staying with us. You can take a break for a while because Labour's won. We'll come back in a few hours and give you guys the official numbers and the official number of seats and the actual share of votes. And we're going to go to Westminster and see what's happening in central London. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.